So, I'm a couple minutes early. I was sitting here with everything already ready to go, and I thought about it, and it's like, what's the point of just sitting here and waiting for 2 o'clock on the dot? We may as well just get this party started. So, for those of you that weren't here last time, most notable things that occurred is we found out that Linda, I think it was, the idol we were assisting, turns out she's an evil king. So that's a little awkward. But before we got to that revelation, hang on, I got us into a fight, so we'll just deal with that first. Can't hurt to warm up on some combat here anyway, because it has been a week. Yeah, the other things that happened in the previous session, though, is we picked up Big Bull, who used to be an evil king, and we kind of beat him up, and he decided to become our brother, essentially. He says brother a lot, so we're just gonna roll with that thought and not think too hard about it. We also bore witness to the Phantom Evil King, or at least what he has decided to call himself was the Phantom Evil King. And then he ran off into the snow. We have not seen or heard from him again since then. We are currently trying to track down where Linda ran off to after becoming an evil king. The current running theory is that she was not an evil king the entire time, she became one. Probably in part due to the way we were coaching her. We kind of were nudging her towards evil, so, that's a whole thing. But everyone in this town is now obsessed with her because of, presumably, the power she gained as an evil king, and the fact that, well, honestly, idol fans are kind of creepy that way a lot of the time anyway, so really nothing too remarkable happened there. I had told myself I was going to be clever, and I was going to have a look and see what the answer to our current situation was between sessions to save us time. You know what I didn't do? I'll give you a hint, it's that. So, that's gonna be a whole thing. I may or may not have been very distracted with the fact that Steam Next Fest is starting this week, which I already eyeballed a bunch of demos that we will be starting tomorrow. Yeah, you're still babbling about quitting soda. But we learned what we needed to do was in town last time, due to a gracious chatter who decided to give me a way to narrow my focus a bit. Now, unfortunately, because of the way past me loves to set current me up for failure, I didn't take any notes or anything. And I remember we learned something that nudged me towards the sewers being the correct answer last time. Stan, what do you got to say? Hey man, slave, let's go subjugate that funky singing girl. Hurry up and find her hideout, come on. Very helpful, Stan. Thank you for telling me what I already knew. We know she's not in the company building here. We now know she's not in the sewer, or at least not in a part of the sewer we can access. I'm going to assume she's not back here, but just for sake of argument, we will go have a look. The thing is, the Hollow Tree was already done because that's where Big Bull went. The Escapeless Abyss was already done because that's where the Chairman Evil King went. I guess there's a world where it's possible that she went through the transversal tunnel, but I wouldn't really see that being too likely. I feel like that's for after we're done dealing with Linda. Maybe now she's in the station? So we were talking to her in front of the station, and she disappeared elsewhere. I seem to recall, but just in case, I'm gonna go up there and have a look. There's just gonna be a few minutes of fiddle here at the beginning while I bring things back together in my head here. I also went the wrong way around to get into the station, which is over here. Yep, still nobody there, so that's not it. Let's take stock of locations then. Except I can't do that from there. Okay, well, let's step outside for a second then. So I can use the map of the area over here at the very least to kind of narrow my thoughts a little bit. So presumably we're still supposed to be in town. I also just wanted to get away from that song for a second. Because let's see. Escapeless Abyss was over there, and we did that already. Transverse Tunnel's over where the blue square is. That's where the save point is near it. The warp point is the red dot that's down there, and the ocean town is the red dot with a circle around it down there. So we know all of the locations over here, so it's not going to be anywhere over there. At least, presumably not. And the only location attached to the ocean town that would be suitable for an evil king has already been used as well. So that's not it. Presumably somebody has to have seen where she went. But the problem is everyone is too committed to thinking about how great Linda is to probably be of any real use. But we do know of a couple people that were not that interested in Linda. So let's see if we can gather some information now that the flag has been set for her to have gone and found a hideout. Perhaps now that's where we get that information. That's assuming that this part isn't as cryptic as the flag before it was. Because for those that missed that whole endeavor at the end of last session, basically that all boiled down to we had to walk all around town and find the right person to talk to, and it turned out we just had to talk to a bunch of her fans more than once in order to trigger the right sequence of events to happen. At which point we encountered her out in front of the station. I wonder if that teen idol can sing. Maybe I'll go hear her sing. That sounds like a bad idea, considering she's got some kind of siren song nonsense going on right now. You probably don't want anything to do with that. And her father's probably not going to be useful, because he's probably still babbling on about breaking the knees of his daughter's potential boyfriend. Yep, you're still just as useless as you were before. It might be worth... No, I don't think we could bother to check on the princess, because she's probably still mad at us. I'm gonna assume there's nothing happening in here. Nothing different happening, anyway. Yeah, it looks like you're all standing around the same as you were before, so I'm not gonna waste my time talking to them. Like, there's a world in which it is actually worth it to us to go running off into the snow after her. Yeah, see, because they're still talking about the sound coming from the station. Which is not true anymore, because Linda's not there anymore. It's just a little bit odd. Because, like, my other major theory had been Mr. Big Incorporated here. It had been mentioned that she had some kind of crazy powerful producer behind her, which that would have made sense for. Now, you're the sewer guy who's useless. I keep ending up back in here, because it looks like an interesting building, but it isn't. Did we upgrade everybody's equipment on a completely unrelated note? That looks like everybody's equipment is better than it was before. And I'm assuming the peddler doesn't have gear for Big Bull. This peddler was before Big Bull was on the team. Maybe he has new stuff for Big Bull. No. None of his stuff has changed. To no one's surprise. You got anything useful to say? Nope, you're still talking about the trash that was in the street. And I don't mean the kids. Like, I have this distinct feeling that it's gonna be one of those situations where I'm gonna feel stupid. Hey, Mr. Know-It-All, do you know? Hello, people call me Mr. Know-It-All. Today I have a special information on Linda, the teen idol. I heard that Linda, the teen idol, apparently just left Madrillo crying. What a shame. Okay, so I was right in my thinking that she had left now. Something about her mumbling. I'm going far away to a cave at the end of the cold, cold world, as lonely as my heart. So I was right thinking she went to the snow. I just didn't want to go herring off without something to work with this time, since the last couple times I went herring off, we were wrong. Because remember, I have seen this game played through before. There are little bits of information in my head that lead me in various directions. I just don't have them all lined up in my head. So knowing exactly when things sequence together is not always correct. And I know that I said I ruled out the snow, but that was one of those things where it's like, I feel like I'm wrong by saying that, but I'm ruling that out because the sequence of events in my head at the time was mixed. Now with that piece of confirmation, I know exactly what sequence we're going into, and it's gonna be a rough one. In many ways. That also does mean, though, that we're decently far into the game if we're coming into the sequence I think we are. But I could, of course, be barking up the whole wrong tree here. Because, again, the last time I saw this game played through was 2+ years ago. And I certainly hadn't properly played this game in longer than that. Outside of booting this game for a little bit back when I was testing PS2 emulation out further, I think it was a little over a year ago? Something like that, probably? Because I'd been toying with the idea of playing this game for y'all for a bit now. But as I've mentioned on numerous other occasions, I'm always hesitant to just, out of the blue, do an RPG just because they're so long. For the most part, like, even this game, which is not actually that long an RPG by the RPG scale, still takes a while to get through. Like, unless you really fly through it, this is probably going to be like a 5-6 session playlist. If I were to just hazard a number out there randomly. Which we are now in section 4, I think, of said 5 or 6. It's either 3 or 4. Yeah, we just gotta run to the other side of the transverse tunnel. I'm going all the way back through the snow because I don't think the town is where we want to be. Since Linda was talking about going to just a cold, dark cave, presumably she wouldn't be in town. That would be kind of the opposite of what she's talking about, you know? Which actually means I think the sequence I'm talking about is going to be after this bit. Like, we have this sequence and then the sequence I'm thinking of. Which I know is extraordinarily helpful, but just trust me that I know what I'm talking about. Now the question is, was there even anything out here? There would have to have been. For her to have gone out here to go somewhere, there would have to be somewhere for her to go. And what it probably is it's a case of it exists now and didn't before. And that looks just as likely as anything over there. Oh, we got weird crabs. Clingy crabs. Yeah, you know what? That checks for a place where somebody like that would have run off to. Same as we always have, ABC. Same as we always have. Char really does have some very good emotes. I mean, it is, but it's only so applicable, I suppose, is the thing. I don't know if you could use that every time you show up. There's only so many responses you can get to it. Yeah. Well, I don't think it really is an idiom. But it is a turn of phrase, yes. Bingo, sealed cave. This is where we want to be. And it seems like this is where Linda ran to. By the way, sister, what happened to Boss? The princess is taking a nap. She's sulky because of you-know-who. It means I can be the absolute ruler. Let's go, slaves. Gotcha, brother. I don't even want to start. Come on, let's go. I mean, that's true. And you could always do the when in doubt, just rotate between all the options. What can I say? I can relate to that kind of sigh on a deep spiritual level. And then we've been sent to space. Okay, good, there is a save point in here, as there should be. Because all the dungeons in this game, as far as I remember, are good about having a save point right at the beginning. They don't usually give you many other save points, but there's that one. Sounds good, ABC. Hit the button. And the buttons do different things here than they did in all the other dungeons. They actually raise platforms for us to move around. A bridge seems to have appeared somewhere. Gee, I wonder where could it be? Is it here? No, that's ice. Over here? Hey, look, a bridge. That wasn't there before. What do you know? Oh, ghost attacked me through the door. Oh, wow. Quite a lot from this particular spawn, huh? Bedhead walruses and waving seaweed. We saw the waving seaweed before down in the sewer, or in the new version of the sewer. So we should be relatively safe to just overdrive and start piling through these guys. Somehow I feel like walruses won't be particularly affected by ice, but we'll give it a go anyway. They're also marked with purple, which means they are ice, just like Rosalind is, which means it's really probably gonna not be that good. But it's what she's got that hits a group, so we'll take it. it'll still do some damage. Kissling, other than disappointing me with your single target attacks, what else can you do for me right now? Answer is not a whole lot. So just throw the book at them for the moment while I figure out what else you're doing. Yeah, they did not die from that, so that's upsetting. They didn't die from any of that. I have a feeling that Repulsor is gonna mean magic's gonna go bad for me, so let's just attack here. His Kissling's demonstrated the fact that physical attacks aren't at least reflected or anything. Oh, yep, they have ice magic too. Of course they do. We're okay for the second, though. Okay, yeah, they were at least wounded enough by that to be cleared reasonably quickly. So Kissling should have that one taken care of. You go ahead and heal Ari since Ari is in rough shape, and if Ari dies, everyone dies. In a much more direct way than usual. Because as we were shown last time that I had cautioned about in the past, if Ari goes down, the game is over. So, it's kind of a big deal. It's not the tank goes down, everybody's going to die. The tank goes down, the game just ends. They decide it is over for you. Which may be like the defining negative for this game, for me, arguably. Because I'm never a fan of having revival items, but having a character who just arbitrarily ends the game if they die. Is it kind of begs the question, why are the rules for them different? You know, it makes it a little weird. Because if anybody else can be brought back to life an indefinite amount of times, why are they special in the least useful way possible? Oh, okay, we can just open these. Sleeping bottle. Yay, drugs. Honestly, half the time I need something from a bottle to help me sleep, so that's neither here nor there. Thankfully, not liquid. Oh, we're gonna have to take this fight. I've been kind of dodging fights for a little bit in here, because I wasn't sure how useful these were gonna be. And I was also trying to just get a feel for the layout before taking a bunch of fights. It's looking like the fights in here aren't gonna be too bad, but they're not gonna be crazy useful either. I thought you had learned lightning. Actually, no, it was Flaming Tome that I learned that I was happy about, because he at least then had some manner of other attack instead of just lightning that wasn't doing much. I feel like this is overkill because I feel like Perky Frogs are the ones we fought before, but just in case. Okay, Storm actually did decent damage to the Minty Alligator. Oh, he's spinning. You know, I was not expecting him to just turn around and slap the shit out of Ari. The way he spiraled towards him, I really expected a bite. That thing's got a decent whack of health, huh? There it goes. Yeah, the problem I have with the Storm spell for Kissling is his basic attacks, now that we got him a better book, do the same amount of damage but don't cost me anything. So, I really just question whether that spell's worth anything. Though that also does call into question how useful Kissling is as a character as well. Let me heal first and then we'll fight the jar. I didn't even realize we were at 99 nuts, by the way. I know I bought a bunch, I didn't realize we had quite that many. Let's see, what kind of jar are you? Gloomy Urn. So it's non-elemental, or at least not directly. It is lightning based on the yellow square it has. So let's just try to hit it with everything that isn't lightning then and see how this goes. That did okay, but her physical's gonna do more. His physical, I think, might even do more too. I really should just keep Kissling on speeding people up, probably. I keep trying to use him as an attack caster because his magic is so high, and then it just is so disappointing. I do not appreciate you stealing health from anybody, really. Like, stealing it from Rosalind is not the worst case scenario, but still not a fan. Because that means your health bar goes up, and that's not what your health bar is supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be going down, so you die. No, her physical did literally more or less the same. I think there was, what, a 2-point difference? Not really that worth it. Speed Ari up, slow the enemy down. Yeah, electric sparks would be useless here. Let's go ahead and decrease its attack, because this is the first time we're fighting one. See if it helps in any real way. We are going to need to heal Rosalind, though. Like, now. It's Ari's turn, so let's go ahead and throw a heal that way, even though we have, you know, over 90 nuts. A stronger heal might be in order here, in case that doesn't affect Drain's damage. Yeah, you know what? Healing was the right call there, because that's probably going to sting regardless of the power down. I just have this sneaking suspicion that that's going to be painful. Yeah, that was painful. I'm gonna take a risk here. Because we need this thing dead. If we could just keep toying around with it, we are going to just lose slowly here. With the speed up, Rosalind should get it. No, Kissling got a turn. That's good enough. We'll have both of them just heal Rosalind then. Because with Overdrive, Ari should be doing basically enough damage to do what everybody else was doing by himself. I don't know. Lizard Sword really didn't do that much. Ordinarily, he's just trucking everything once he overdrives, but we may be a little outmatched here at the second. Ow. You know, I have some regrets about spending health right now. Maybe a couple regrets. And there may also be a regret or two tied to the fact that I did not just fight everything. I swear if it dies now, I'm gonna be upset. Nope. Ow. Okay, yeah, that 195, that was a lot better, Rari. That was a lot better. So I suppose the lesson to be gained there is maybe don't use the magic swords with overdrive. At least not against something you're not sure what it's weak to. So based on the experience we gained there, I might also have been right that we were ahead for a moment and then back behind and level again. Trying to figure out what level I'm supposed to be for a lot of this has definitely been an adventure. Looks like there's a green glow on the doors I can open. It may seem somewhat reckless to just spend those like that, but bear in mind I have basically an entire full inventory of them, so I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Okay, so that opened that door. I was trying to get back to the urn to fight it now that the door was open. Okay, so we got a stalking tiger, the bedhead walruses, and a rain calling ray. So we can't use any AoE magic here because they won't get hit by it. Only one will at a time. So just start working that walrus over because we know at least that has an AoE that I don't want going off. I feel like I'm just gonna be disappointed again. We have burnt a lot of LP. So we're just gonna keep burning LP despite the fact that I don't really want to speed people up to make sure we can get through this. We can at least fairly freely spend overdrives, as that just costs health. Which is an issue in and of itself, but that at least bypasses the enemy group targeting. That targets everything. Ow. Yep, there's the AoE ice. Thankfully, you can kind of wait their animation out a little bit, and then you'll take the damage afterwards. So you can at least see the numbers fairly clearly. Let's save, heal Ari a bit. Now I'm doing spell suctions. I'm curious to see if he's actually going to gain a meaningful amount more due to there being more targets, or if it's going to just continue to not be a meaningful amount. Get in the book. Not sure what I gained there. I think I gained 3, so I think it's like 1 per target, which is kind of meh. Also, Kissling died. He's just taking a nap. They may or may not have really not appreciated him stealing from them. That could also be bad. Okay, that didn't do too much to Rosalind, at least. We have to remember that Kissling's defense is, well, consider that he's a flimsy little scientist old man, and you might understand that he's about to die again. He just got revived and they're already targeting him immediately. Well, glad I spent that energy flower reviving him. Anyway, now that there's not a tiger to immediately murder him again, maybe now we try bringing him back. The alternative being we have to be real fast about healing him. Oh, thanks, Stan. Thank you for participating, bud. So yeah, considering even regular fights can be dangerous here, or for at least one member of the party, maybe, just maybe, we are actually in a little bit of danger here. Actually, yeah, Kissling's defense isn't that much lower than everybody else's, because you can see attack, defense, and magic here. Or while everybody's leveling. He does have 50 less health than everybody else, which is pretty significant, but his defense is the same as Rosalind's. If DP is defense, which logically should be. I stand corrected. Now, after a level, his defense is 1 lower than hers. But clearly that's not enough of a difference for that to be the reason why he just gets trucked when things hit him. But any physical attack that goes his way just decimates him. So there's clearly something there. And it's not like there's a level difference because everybody's level 29. So there must be other factors at play there. Which, agility is presumably just turn order, because that's why Rosalind's almost always first, and then Ari not far behind. And then whenever speed up is in play, Ari consistently gets a lot of turns. Just continues to prove that if it weren't for the crazy luck we were having before, Kissling would have never been alive through most of the fights we were in before. Just him dodging attacks earlier saved his life consistently. Just attack based on what the damage difference there was. Go ahead and debuff it, because based on the damage it was doing even after Powerless was cast on it, we need that on there or we're in trouble. I think it's a safe bet that these things just have high magic defense. Oh, it's doing its physical attack. I don't know how much that does, because we've not actually seen it do that yet. So I'm just gonna hedge bets. Ooh, yeah, that stung a bit. But a proper heal spell will put Ari back at full. Kissling, just start attacking, because you're basically out of LP at this point, bud. Okay, yeah, as I feared, Drain was unaffected by Powerless. I wonder if Powerless just doesn't affect magic then. Like it's only their physical power. There we go. Yeah, so being much more aggressive as expected works out for me. It's almost like my strategy is almost always geared towards being aggressive or something. Wild concept, that. My Crazer, was that one just worth a lot less than the other one? I feel like the first one was worth like 600 and that one was worth like 150 per person. But we did gain a level, so maybe that level just made that much of a difference in how much experience things were worth. It wouldn't be impossible. It would be weird. So maybe I just don't bother doing Powerless. Guess just attack then. You obviously need to overdrive though, because the overdrive makes a decent power difference. Yeah, and we're low enough on LP that I don't really want him casting speed up right now, as much as I would love to have it. Okay, Kissling survived that, so that's good. This fight should be over here soon, based on how quickly we killed it last time. Yeah, Ari's on his way over to it, so it shouldn't survive this attack. Yeah. Nearly 200 is pretty nice. Just goes to show the classic overdrive and hit it really hard strategy is very rarely wrong. I want to get back to the save point to get my LP back. Because we could use the LP restoring items we have. We don't have very many of them, so why would I use them when I just have an infinite source right here? And saving doesn't respawn the enemies. Only leaving and coming back would. So there's really just no loss there. I blanked on the fact there was a door there. just gotta be really careful about the idea of using decoy. Though, that brings up another very good question. If Ari dying ends the game, why is he the one who has decoy? Like, maybe it's just me, but it seems rather silly to have your linchpin character be the one who can attract all aggro to himself. And to roll back to the what makes him so special as far as dying compared to anybody else, obviously if he dies we lose Stan as well. And I guess maybe that's the whole point, is if Stan is separated from Ari, then Stan might be just gone from us. Which would be its own problem. And I know Rosalind didn't get brought back. I was a little too slow on realizing that. I don't remember if you gain experience or not when you're dead in this game. So that might desync Rosalind pretty badly. Yep, so she's now desynced from everybody for experience by one fight. That's why I thought this door was open, is because it was one I could open. I just didn't. Way to go, May. You also notice that people don't come back to life after a fight. You actually have to revive them anyway, which is why I was always being so good about that during combat. There's a temptation to load just so I don't have that experience desync anymore. Because that's going to be actually very annoying. Well, I suppose it's not going to be important annoying, just mindset annoying. Because now she's not going to level at the same time as everybody else. Which is going to be extra annoying to me because of the fact that Kisling started out like 5 levels above everybody else and ended up lined up with everybody else anyway. Which, I suppose to a certain degree, there's the one positive of we don't have to worry about Ari ever desyncing from the group as far as experience goes by him dying, because he can't die without the game ending. Speaking of dying, though, goodbye, Kisling. I was in the process of healing him, too, as you saw there. I was trying to stop that from happening. I could let him resync to Rosalind by dying, but then he'd still actually be out of sync, I think. Oh, great. You've slowed her down. Great. Love that. Trying to avoid having to use heals here. And he's gonna die again before I get a chance to heal him. It's like they know. It's like they know I'm trying to fix that. And the worst part is, it even wastes the heal on the corpse, too. You can't even, like, have it carry over to somebody more useful or anything. No, you just heal the corpse uselessly. Wait, what did I just use? I used the wrong thing. I used the LP restore while we had full LP. This is your fault, Kisling. If you didn't keep dying, I wouldn't have autopiloted in the menus. Thank you, Stan. Thank you for fixing the problem. I'm glad somebody here is part of the solution. I certainly, apparently not. So Ari and Kissling are gaining a level, and Rosalind's gonna be behind a little bit. Oh great, he gained 2 hit points. How good for him. That's totally gonna keep Kissling alive, right? Right. There's a jar there, so we do need to deal with that. There we go, that's what I was looking for. Because there had to be a button somewhere over here. Because the only other button in sight was out of reach. Now we go over here to go over there. God damn it. There was another encounter right behind the archway there, I guess. And I forgot to heal everybody. So this is about to be bad. You know, if we die though, then all of my desync problems are solved. Just saying. Go out on a limb and assume... Oh, wow. Huh. I was gonna say, gonna go out on a limb and assume that the ice isn't gonna kill them. Turns out these things have, like, no hit points for this area, so, this was fine? Huh. The more you know. Today I learned those things have paper hit points. Ooh, she learned Seal. That might actually be really useful. And it does seem like she's actually gaining the ground back a little bit. So she's probably going to end up resyncing just on her own after some time passes. Just major amounts of coping happening. Don't mind me. I hate it here. At least they're all level... Jesus, so many ghosts. I was gonna say, at least they're all level 30. Oh, this again. Okay, this is fine. I mean, this is honestly something we can literally just overdrive burst and end immediately. If anything survives, those two will clean it up. Oh good, they're all doing snatch moves. And then they run. I'm so glad that apparently Overdrive did worse than Ice did. So that was a waste of everybody's time, I guess. I think this might actually be the last urn for this floor, and then that other button is for treasure, presumably, then? Which does mean we're gonna be running back to the save point again, which means we may as well recharge. Ah, inhibits enemy magic medium. Yes, we want that, then. Because that'll stop Drain. And we absolutely want to stop that thing casting Drain, so it'll make the fight take longer. Hey there, Sonny. How's it going? There we go. Oh, nope. Drain apparently is not magic enough to be blocked by Seal. Interesting. I guess that's just an ability then. Understandable. Hopefully you'll be able to get enough peace today to get enough rest to balance that out. Yeah, Ari just keeps attacking. In fact, actually, after this attack from Ari, it should be over. Based on how these have been going. Except he's going to ruin that idea by draining some more health. So basically, Since she didn't attack, all that happened here is the health got passed around. This thing will die, just going to be slightly less convenient about it. No, that wasn't the last urn. Well, that's upsetting. Where am I supposed to be? Because I can't get across here, so presumably there's a bridge that'll appear there later. There one of the other doors I looked at before that I couldn't open must be open now. Figuring out where in here that was is easier than it may seem, except that door is not one of the ones that opened. Oh, and that counted as a surprise attack, huh? Great. I was turning towards him, but I guess not turning towards him enough. Go ahead and just attack the Minty Alligator. Which, a Minty Alligator is just not something I really want to think too hard about as a concept, I gotta say. Yeah, that's why you guys are here, is to give out Fury, of course. Just to get rid of you before you keep doing nonsense like that, then. Except they're somehow gonna be fast enough to cast one from everybody before I get to kill them. So that's gonna be bad. Yep, that's what that thing's called, Minty Alligator. Why? I don't know. See, right there. Minty Fresh Alligator. I mean, somebody might have. Look, someone out there needs to find out what everything tastes like. And unfortunately, some poor sucker had to be the one to lick the alligator. Maybe they thought it would be like licking a toad and it would trip balls or something. Unfortunately, what more than likely happened is they just lost their balls instead. Ooh, power candy. Hey there, Cherry, how's it going? And it is a good one. It has some odd ideas at times, but it's a good one. So far, so good, Cherry. How about you? That door won't open yet either. Okay, that's fine. Nice. Hopefully work went relatively smoothly, which, based on things being good, presumably it did. Or, at the very least, it got better after work ended, one way or the other. That's a lot of bulls. Huh. Based on how these were to fight in the big bull fight, these are gonna actually be a little bit of a problem. Because we haven't gotten that much stronger since that fight, so these are gonna take a bit of work to get rid of. Understandably so. It's getting to be another one of those rough times a year, depending on the business. Okay, we got rid of two out of the 5. We just have 3 left now. Yeah, and this is why these things suck to deal with, is because they conceal magic. Because, you know, it makes it a much fairer fight for them when I can't use magic and they can just sit there and gore me. But thankfully, we are just stronger enough that they're not that bad. They also don't have Big Bull in the middle for me to be worried about. Wait, what's that we got? Yeah, that's what I thought it said. Weed resistance. Gives toughness that resists stamping. Oh, Oh, okay, so it's implying that you're getting the resistance of the weeds, like, you just keep growing back, not you are resistant to marijuana. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I thought that was gonna be one of those weird jokes for a second there. There we go, let's restore all of our stuff. Go ahead and save the game. And keep chewing away at this dungeon. Which we need to find where the other door opened. Is it shows you where the door is that opened. But joke's on them. That information only has meaning if you can tell one room apart from another. And unfortunately, they're all the same color and the same tile set. So, you know. A little bit of a gamble. God damn it, they are slightly faster than me now. I thought I was gonna be able to outrun them, but I think the one that turned towards me just barely caught us. I can lock out them casting ice. So let's go ahead and do that. They're gonna cast lightning, but lightning's single target, so it's not that bad. It does mean we're gonna get to hear more TIE fighter noises being thrown at me, but that's fine. Of course, now they're all going to cast it and make me regret saying that that's not going to be that big a deal. If they keep targeting Kissling, that's fine. He's our lightning guy already, so he can take it. You know what would be great? AoE heal. You know what I don't have? AoE heal. There we go. There goes some of the seaweed. We should be okay for the second. Just everybody go for it. I didn't mean everybody go for Kissling. No. Quit beating up the fragile old man. Okay, just 2 of them left. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. 1 to go. And no more. Great. Another couple fights like that and we'll gain another level. This door is also not open. Okay. Huh. Is there a door over here that I didn't remember? No, because this is the one we keep looking at and not being able to do anything with. Oh, there's just an urn back here and a path that I, for some reason, completely neglected. Aha. This should solve this floor, because I think that's the last button. Door and a bridge. Let's heal up and then deal with the urn that's here. It's looking like it was a really good thing that I brought 99 nuts to this dungeon with me. Considering we're already through 40 of them. You just attack. You overdrive and then attack. Just gotta keep half an eye on Rosalind and Kissling's health bars, because they're the ones who keep dying in these fights and inconveniencing me. Okay, he's doing Drain again. Annoying. Drained Ari in particular, which is double annoying. Let's go ahead and actually do a proper heal then. Because that'll put him back to full. rather than being slightly under consistently. Of course, he's gonna just keep spamming drain and aggravating me. I do kind of wish that this would auto-select the person who is selecting the item, so healing themselves is easier, but, you know, it's a PS2 game. You're not exactly gonna get great quality of life in all respects everywhere. That is unfortunately just not how that works. Okay, we know of at least one other urn, which is the one that's behind here. Actually, no, that's the one we dealt with already. Mirage Ring. That might actually be useful. Is this finally an accessory that matters more than +1 luck? Dodge attacks. I mean, maybe? Worth a shot. Because we already have the Heat Wave Ring on you, which avoid attack. I don't really know what the difference between dodge and avoid attack are. You would think they would normally be the same thing. Which, speaking of, right now you just have +1 luck. I could give you the other Heatwave Ring. Yeah, you know what? Let's just give everybody the ability to avoid or dodge attacks and see if that helps in any meaningful capacity. Because if anybody here remembers from last time, we were advised that some stats are really hard to raise, avoidance being one of them. So anything that gives you a chance to avoid getting hit probably is actually reasonably potent. As long as it raises it a meaningful amount, which we have no statistics to give that information to us with, so hard to say. But I'm willing to give it a shot in the hopes that it does something good for us. And we'll go ahead and speed Ari up here because these bulls hurt a lot and they need to not be here anymore. And the fact that they all survived that is incredibly disheartening. This could be bad. I was gonna overdrive again in order to damage more of them, but I wasn't sure how much damage they were gonna do with 2 of them on him, so I didn't risk it. I obviously, as it turns out, could have, but hitting them with ice worked out just as well, even though that was more expensive on the LP front for us. Everything is fine. 331 for Ari, which taught him nothing. Level 31 for Kissling, similarly taught him nothing. Kind of figured, like, in the next level or so they would have learned something, considering Rosalind learned something at level 30, but, you know, everybody learns at their own levels, and unfortunately, this slot doesn't learn very quickly, apparently. Dang it. I was gonna open the menu to show something, but I always had a ghost, like, right on my tail every time I went to open the menu. And obviously I didn't want to open the menu and just get jumped immediately. Let's slow these guys down because they proved to be a real problem last time. And we encountered this pair. In fact, how about you two go to sleep? That might be a great idea. Okay, only one of them went to sleep, but that's fine. That's still half their damage. Because attacking them doesn't wake them up. Only either turn passing, I think, will wake them up. And with their turn being delayed, that should buy us more time. Thankfully, their fire magic actually doesn't do nearly as much as their attacks do. Which, that's not too shocking. Okay, front tiger is awake again. I was kind of hoping to have killed the other one before their friend woke up, but... you know, sometimes that's just how it be. Go ahead and get that heal off before anything happens. Okay, Rosalind's getting attacked. Go ahead and just heal off the damage you're about to take. Ready to go, Stan? Show them who's boss, reduce their numbers. It's actually very good that he attacked the one that we hadn't had a chance to hit that often, too. Because that should mean this one's about to go and we won't have any problems. Perfect. It should always stand as a bit of a worrying concept when an elite fight from a red ghost is just two enemies. That should be your hint, hey, this fight might be a problem. Veteran was dealt with already. We've opened up, like, the whole floor, and yet there are parts of this place that I still cannot really path to. Also, you may have noticed that there's, like, a slight misalignment between the map and the actual floor space, which is a little weird. Hey there, Callista, how's it going? Yeah, there's the urn that I need to get rid of. Mega Charm. That could be useful. But before we make any use of that, let's go back to the save point and get our health back. God damn it. It also doesn't help that every doorway is aligned perfectly to hide things from you. But it's fine. We'll make it work. Yeah, the points have a way of just building up because there's not a lot of places to spend them. So that does mean you've been here a decent amount, I appreciate that.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
Nah. No dying here unless you mean these birds, because these birds are definitely dying. These things are no threat. You know, ignoring the fact that we are actually kind of hurt right now, but it's fine. A little bit of healing will sort all that out. So I was just kind of lazying through this one because the last time we fought these, they just died to ice immediately. No, they actually did kill Rosalind. What do you know? Let that be a lesson not to say out loud the fact that everything's fine. Sometimes that is immediately proven true. Ooh, sometimes immediately proven false. There we go. Now, Kissling's gonna get hit. He's the one who healed, so he'll be fine. And nothing bad happened. I guess them all dying to ice the first time was a fluke the one time it happened, because now we're at a ratio of 1 out of 3 times where ice killed them all. Because it just keeps seeming to miss most of them. Yep, and she is still forever a level behind because of the time she went down right as the last enemy died. Just in case we run into another encounter on the way to the save point, because the save point's not really for health, it's for our magic. Since we have now got no magic restores at all, we only have health restores. Oh, right, that was only for, I really wish the lay of the land would be shown on the map, because it always looks like you can go somewhere in these larger rooms, but no, there's actually a hole there. And it is getting kind of frustrating. And getting just trapped in with an enemy because the game's like, oh yeah, you totally can go that way. If you were an idiot. Aha. Yeah, putting them to sleep I don't think was too crazy useful. Oh boy. Hopefully you'll at least get compensated for the extra work they're asking you to do there, Cherry. Good. Ah, okay. Then yeah, that at least mostly works out. Okay, that stung a bit, but that wasn't too bad. You've already done your slowing, so you don't need to do anything else. We should be able to just attack here and be fine. Honestly, I kind of hope they keep throwing flames. It does less damage. One down, and I shouldn't have said that, because now they actually remembered, oh right, I can bite people, and that hurts. There we go. Hindsight being 2020, I should have used Rosalind's ice spell a while ago on them, considering they were very clearly fire-based with the red square they had. But it's fine. Very upsetting that the chest closes and reopens when the map loads back in. It's like they're trying to make you think that there's stuff in there, but there isn't anything in there at all. It's all just a lie. I won't bother saving again. Oh yeah, we have access to this chest now. That is almost certainly a better piece of armor for Kissling, which he desperately needs. Yep, worn by a veteran medic, smells of battle, 1 more defense. But it raises his attack by 5, which is actually useful. I am once again sad about having spent money on gear for him, though, because now we got replacement gear for the gear I bought for him, without us having gone very far since then. I think our remaining target was, like, over here. No, this is the remaining door that we can't open. God damn it, some of these ghosts are also, like, very fast. Wait, this was a red ghost fight before. Why is this a regular one now? Did we just get stronger enough now that they're not a red ghost fight anymore? Is that even a thing? I don't know. All I know is I'm not happy. So I'm getting tired of fighting these two. Just bear in mind, we're also only on floor 1 of this dungeon, which I presume there's more floors to this dungeon. So, you know, buckle up for that. Okay, at least some of that attack missed. Good hit. Should be able to get rid of that front one here in a moment. Wow, that hurt. Remember, we just put better armor on him and he just took 68 damage anyway. Then again, it was only 1 defense more, but you know. Still upsetting when you improve somebody's armor and they get their clock cleaned immediately. We're honestly right around the corner from the save point. Even though that's kind of a false statement there. The hell? Ah, okay. Nothing I need to worry about right now. The piece of a message you can see through the notification can sometimes make a message look way worse than it actually is. And that's all I'm gonna say on that one, because the rest of that is not for everyone's ears. Actually, yeah, we're only 14 hours in, so I guess this is session 3 then, not 4 like I was thinking it was. I never claimed that I was paying close attention to the session count, even though I probably should be. Is every encounter these things now? Is that just what we're doing now? It's like, I can't even say that this encounter is particularly valuable to us. I just did a regular attack instead of bursting. I am very upset. Well, I guess he gets a boosted attack and then a burst, so it's not really the worst thing to have done it in that order. Except now that burst is going to be less useful because there's only one target to hit. Somebody please kill that thing. Thank you. Nope, still not dead. Fix that. Kill it. Much better. At least it dropped an item, so maybe that'll be something useful. That's just gonna be a fire attack item, I presume. So, otherwise known as not very useful right now. Is the ice bottle and the sleep bottle both were essentially magic as an item, so presumably that's gonna be the same thing. Map is a lie, the map is a lie, the map is a fucking lie. Because you would think you could go this way, but you can't. You gotta go around to go that way. I think this is where I was trying to get to this whole time. There's the urn. I already grabbed the item out from behind it. We could have been done with this a while ago, but I wanted to heal up before fighting this urn, and then I lost track of where the damn spot is because every 5 seconds I'm in an encounter again. So I can't actually keep track of the map. Because you also have to go so many long, windy paths around to get to places instead of just going where the map looks like you should be able to go. It's like, this place, by the way the map looks, should be like 5 seconds and you're done. But it's in reality, you have to loop halfway around the damn galaxy to get around anywhere. And of course, when I redundantly have the burst and the ice, is when the ice actually kills them. There we go. And the crows aren't even that worthwhile in money and experience either. They're just kind of annoying. Like, they're not bad to get rid of at least. They die quick, as long as you can hit them. But it still is a lot of spent time that didn't need to be spent. Speed up Ari. Overdrive Ari. I could put the jar to sleep, but I feel like that's somewhat pointless. Like, I wouldn't say it's completely pointless, but I would definitely be in the camp of thinking it's somewhat pointless. Like, I think it would be far more useful to me to just slow it down. Because I think you get more turns out of the slowdown. I'm kind of in a mixed camp as far as that goes. I feel like the PS2 was where a lot of people noticed the weird experimental games, and they hit a better stride of being more playable, instead of being so experimental as to be unplayable, weird jank garbage. But there is a lot of very good things on the PS2. Because the longer I take a look at, for example, the PS1 library, the more I realize there's actually a lot of weird shit in there, too. Correct. That is the other part. It's easier to have a lot of weird nonsense when there's a lot more games in the pool. Yeah, exactly. Like, I have to imagine that there was, like, a weird situation of accessibility that happened with the PS2 that led to there being just way more releases on that console. I always hear about LSD Dream Emulator, and then I just never actually have touched it. It's one of those things that's like, okay, I know of this, and I know enough of this that I don't know if there's any real reason for me to go interact with it because of how much I know about it already. I feel like that's one of those things better experienced with having no idea what you're getting into with it. And I suppose to a certain degree, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, what I was gonna say is I feel like to a certain degree there's also a certain layer of we lost a lot of the weird nonsense because of, say, for example, something not getting translated into English. Oh, interesting. All the urns are gone, so now the water's going away. Huh. I don't know why the water mattered. Was the water supposed to be relevant to this dungeon? Because it was just kind of there. Huh. Yeah, I say that because I keep an eye on what games have been translated by fans and things like that, and there's so many, like, really weird SNES games and such that were only ever over in Japan because they just never made it over here. Or, like, a bunch of weird, never translated NES games as well. 21 The World, I have no idea what that even is. That's actually I think I've straight up never even heard that title, which is a rare one for me. Usually I've at least heard of something. Okay, why is this button here? Devices on the upper floor seem to be activated all at once. Oh, Actually, that's really nice. Okay. What that means is basically if you missed any buttons on the... Okay, so I still can't open this one, though. Which means that button, at least for me, was probably completely useless. But what I was gonna say is, if you missed any buttons that would, like, open a treasure room or something on this floor, that button down there meant it's accessible. But both of these can only be opened by an enormous power. So I presume these are for after the fight's over. You too good over there? They seem to be having a little bit of trouble. You know what? They can sort their differences out over there. Now, I will say, it seems like there's no more ghosts spawning up here, so that's good, at least. Now, there is another reality where they actually intend for you to have Big Bull with you, and he can open those doors. I don't actually remember how that works. Seems like we're finally here. All set, Ari? Are you ready in both mind and body? Yeah, let's give the fight a go. Now let's be off. I did not expect the Linda fight to be just right down here. I expected, like, there to be a second floor or something. Oh, Coach, you followed Linda all the way here? How romantic. Linda, I don't want to fight you, but there's no other way. Without defeating you, we cannot deprogram the brainwashed townspeople. Stand ready. Coach? You're an evil king, aren't you? Evil kings should take whatever they want through force. Take away the rights of the world conquest from me if you can. Then I'll recognize you. Coach, I got it. This is the initiation that a disciple and master have to go through. Here I come. I, Linda, will transcend you, master. I think something's wrong. Come to me, teen-eyed evil king. Okay, she's got, like, a bunch of evil plushie monsters. Shrewd bears. And, of course, the teen-eyed evil king. I'm with Kissling, though. I feel like something's not right here. Like, there's a trap about to be sprung on us. But we gotta play our role. So, it'll be what it'll be. I'm gonna deal with all of her minions as I usually do in these fights, and then we'll carry on from there. Decent damage on the bears. We'll see how much they can take. And we obviously get more value out of slowing all four of them down than we do out of slowing Linda. Unless Linda's particularly powerful, which she probably does have some... Oh, they're all dead already. Huh. Well, never mind. Try sealing her magic, because I would assume she's got some nasty spells she could use. She might also be able to charm. That would fit the whole idol gimmick. Yeah, you really don't have anything that will help majorly here. At least not in any significant way right off the top. Now, based on the amount of damage she took from Burst, I assume her defense isn't that great. 87 from Ari is also not bad. Let's go ahead and lower her power as well. Basically just do the full gamut of debuffs as we do with any fight. Oh, she missed part of her attack. Having dodge is paying off. I doubt any of... Rosalind's magic attacks are gonna be worth anything here? Aside from maybe Charged Parasol? Yeah, Linda is ice, so Charged Parasol might work. Midnight, huh? What's that gonna do? I would assume, yep, it's a sleep attack. And it's AoE sleep too, which is gonna be really annoying. And you might think, oh, we dodged it. No, it didn't finish casting when Kisling's turn started up. So the second I finish his turn, we may all fall over, and it's gonna be really awkward. So I kind of need to plan ahead for that eventuality a little bit here. Yep, everybody went to sleep, as I suspected. But thankfully it's only one turn to sleep, so we're all right back up on our feet anyway. Her damage output's not that bad so far, so I'm gonna go ahead and overdrive, just try to speed this along a little bit. We did not end up seeing if Charged Parasol did anything, so we'll try again, and she's putting us right back to sleep again. Okay, Kisling is still awake. At least we have somebody still up. Which at that rate, Kisling, go ahead and speed yourself up. See if you can get some work done before everybody wakes up. Answer is no. Even with himself sped up, they both got 2 turns before his turn came back. Kisling, you're so slow. Anyway, just gonna keep trying to do the same thing over and over again here and hope for different results. 33. Okay, that's painful, but not that bad. Though she is debuffed. Kisling's currently healing Ari. Heal again just to be on the safe side, and then we'll start making use of the overdrive. She may pull like a crazy powerful attack spell out of nowhere at any point. She hasn't done that many moves yet. Okay, yeah, Charged Parasol's pretty effective. Which means, actually, Kisling, give Storm a shot. Yep, there we go. There's an actual problem. She's gonna slow everybody down now. Which is probably gonna cancel out our speed ups. I don't think we got an answer as to how that worked last time when we were discussing it. Okay, yeah, that still doesn't do a remarkable amount. Still does okay, but not like, holy shit, that's a lot of damage. Let's keep an eye on people's meters and see how they're moving. It missed Ari entirely, so Ari's not really in any particular concern there. And it doesn't seem like Rosalind's meter was moving that much slower than it was before. So even if it did work, I don't think it did that much. Yeah, there's only a 20-point difference between Charged Parasol and not Charged Parasol. Probably still worth it, though. Go ahead and give Flaming Tome a shot. See if that does more than Storm was. If this fight even still going after a little bit more here. Which it is. You keep on attacking Ari since you still have Overdrive running. Yeah, no, Flaming Tome does nothing because fire against ice isn't very effective. That just makes sense. She's still going. Guess you have to have a lot of energy as an idol. Just keep on keeping on, huh? Let's see. She doesn't do enough damage for anybody to die from their current amount of health, so just keep going. Keep attacking. Now that Ari's getting attacked again, Kisling, go ahead and heal him. That way he can just keep pouring on attacks. Yeah, see, she can occasionally do a decent hit. And I think Powerless might have worn off based on the fact that her damage went up. So I'm still not fully convinced about that whole debuffs, ups and buffs last the entire fight. anything. Like, I'm not saying that I don't believe that, but it doesn't seem to entirely be true. But this may also just be a matter of damage variance making it look like there is a change happening. Oh, even Kissling did 95 there. Look at him go. I really am just wondering if this is just a game where physical attacks are just stronger than magic. Because you would think with how much magic attack Kissling has, you would notice a difference with his magic versus his physical. But we did get him a good weapon, which I think did put his physical attack ahead of his magic. Okay, we can just straight up revive with Ari now. That's good. And he just hit level 33 as well. Which means Rosalind's probably gonna just barely miss 33. Yep. There we go, Mega Storm. Maybe that'll be a useful spell. I have a feeling that I'm just coping here. I lost, but no hurt feelings. My dream of having a concert in the legendary stadium at the back of the sewer's gone, though. It's okay, Linda's sad, but easily distracted. A legendary stadium? Why does every evil king say completely different things? Since I lost, I'll give this to you. I held on to this for a long time, believing that it's the key to the legendary stadium. But I don't need it anymore. Oh, I see. I don't know what it is, though. Long screw. And? Oh, what's that? What was that? What was flashing? Slave, it's in your pack. Check it out. We got a thing. Everyone, thank you for your work. Oh, Princess. You, Linda. I quit using Ari as my servant. What, Princess? I cannot say why, but I've decided to do so. Fine, it means we're equal opponents, but I won't lose. I won't lose either. Princess, which part of him do you like best? Well, it's... I like his eyes. They're huge and pretty and yellow. Huh? Linda, he doesn't have yellow eyes. Sure he does. It's the main body, you know? Miss Linda, may I ask you one thing? What exactly is the main body in your mind? What? But Ari's main body is this gorgeous shadow, isn't it? It has a weird doll attached to it, but it's just camouflage, you know, incognito. Sometimes it talks, but it has a totally dorky voice. That's a letdown. I see. Miss Linda, I guess you see that way because you're from the Devildom. Let me tell you, Linda, my name is Stan. It's unforgivable for you to mistake my name. Oh, Stan, that's a kicking name. Coach, no, Stan, I won't leave you anymore. Huh? Well, I guess it's okay. Former evil King Linda becomes a friend. Well, I guess we have more power. Now is the time to resolve this issue. I know, Mr. Stan, you're talking about the sewer. That evil kings are heading to the back. But we already checked the sewer in Madro when we first defeated the sewer evil king. Come on, there must be a secret backfield in there. We'll check more carefully this time. Now off again to the underground of Madril. By the way, Stan, I totally think you should do something about that weird doll. Well... Sorry, Ari. The poor broken heart of a boy. Alas, the light and shadow of youth. What's wrong, guys? Is it a fight or a fight? Alright, I'm going back. It's so silly. When we get back to the hotel, make a cup of tea, massage my back, and polish my shoes. You'll be my servant for the rest of your life, till your death.
And former teen idol, Evil King Linda, joined the party.
Didn't she say she was going to quit having him be her servant?
Somehow would find himself being pushed around, even more by Princess Marlene.
just can't win. But hey, we've got another companion now. We now have Linda. Age top secret. Occupation teen idol singer. Former teen idol evil king with cute smile. Admires evil king Stan calling him coach. Possesses a musical magical pop heaven voice. So she would probably be our replacement for Rosalind if I wanted to switch up the team. Because she'd be replacement ice. And her attack's almost as high. Her magic is a little higher and she is a little slower. But she apparently actually has a much higher defense, which is interesting. Like, a full 13 points higher. And she's actually a lower level, so... the attack would even out. Her magic would definitely be higher. Maybe. Just maybe. What kind of accessory are you carrying? Oh wait, I can't change gear on anybody that's not in the active party. And I think you only have access... yeah, you only have access to the specials of those that are in the party. And, of course, Megastorm is still a single target. If it weren't for the fact that it would put me in an awkward position element-wise, I would put Linda in Kissling's spot and see if she can do decent debuffing. Because that seems like something that she would be good at, based on the fact that, you know, singers and such are usually buffers and debuffers in a lot of scenarios. But based on her magic stat, I don't know if I want to try to have her be a replacement for Kissling, even though his magic is kind of disappointing. But since we have to go back to Madrill, let's actually run further ahead and just use the teleport that's over here to get back to Madrill faster. Though, I did clearly forget the order of operations still. Is the sequence I'm thinking about, that I was concerned about, is going to be after the sewers. Just then. Or it's even further away than I think it is. And that's assuming we don't just die here somehow. Oh, in a foolish mistake. I may as well give Megastorm a shot. Though I just targeted a lightning enemy with it, so that was a great plan on my part. Yep, and they're gonna just escape before it goes off, so it doesn't matter. I don't know why I even bother doing any real attacks in those fights. They just run away. Now, I will say, another wrinkle to the whole changing up the party thing is that we will end up with another level difference issue. Game? I would like to use the save point. There we go. I don't know why that wasn't working. Apparently I just wasn't quite centered on the book, so we didn't know how to read it slightly off-center. So that was a little weird. But we made it work. Teleporter is over here. For those that weren't here in previous sessions, these teleporters are set up basically outside every town, as well as one just kind of near the water town. That's this one right here, which will also be relatively close to the transverse tunnel, which we basically don't need anymore. There goes a bot. Do you have anything new to say? No, you're just still talking about the way the island works. This red portal, though, takes us right back to Madrill, which is the town we were just talking about with the sewer, which is where we started this section today. I could go running off to Tennel to do some stuff, but I don't think there's anything really to do there. There's still that guy that was talking gibberish with the whole cipher thing that we still should resolve at some point. Give me one quick second to refresh my memory. Okay, yeah, I was remembering how long this game is pretty much right. The lowest time being 24 and a half hours. There's the highest being 30. We are probably going to come in between those two if I were to hazard a guess. I just wanted to take a quick double check on that because my brain was telling me it was 26 for some reason. And I think that was because that's what I was estimating based on the pace we've been at. The town has changed again. I don't remember Orange Coat Man. Darn, I blew it. So Linda's already left for another town. I guess I was too late. But what is this about some commotion that was raised? Must be tough being a teen idol. I mean, that's pretty par for the course, yeah. I heard that the princess who'd come to Rochello never showed up after the Evil King incident. I imagine the princess is a lovely person. Beautiful, graceful, and elegant. Oh, I wish I could have seen her. But it looks like she went back to the royal capital without making a single appearance. That was sneaky. Not very princess-like. I'm a little disappointed. But I suppose that's just the way it is. After all, I'm sure she much prefers to be surrounded by the riches of the royal palace. Oh, it's like a dream for me. Leave it to a kid like that to have a very wrong idea about how any of that works. Now... I'm doing this to see everybody's stat lines side by side for a second here, so I can ponder this thought for a moment. Because if I wanted to go physically aggressive, I could just go Rosalind and Big Bull. And just start tearing through things. Big Bull would have a lot of leveling to do. But look at the fact that he has 95 attack power when he's down by 7 levels. Or 8 levels, depending on who you're comparing him to. He is slow, but he hits like a house. His defense, though, currently is tragic. He does have a lot of health to make up for that, though. Linda, meanwhile, almost as high attack, much higher defense, very high agility. Her luck is really high. And that might be what her main advantage is meant to be, is she's fast and has high luck. Because her luck is as high as Ari's. And 10 may not seem very high, but when the highest amount you've seen in the game is 10, you may as well consider that high. And it looks like we have space, based on the way this menu looks, for one more person. And I think I'm just gonna not change for the moment, just because it would further unbalance the way our leveling is right now. And we've kind of got an idea of how we want to use this team. I'd have to rejig things if I changed who was on the team. So, if anybody was getting bumped off the team, it probably would be Kissling. As it stands, he's, to be blunt, mostly on the team as comedy relief at this point. I enjoy Goofy Science Man, even if he's not the most productive. That's the plan. We're running off into the sewer. Or to go deal with the problems. Asia, yuck, I'm back here again. This pathetic Evil King journey all started when I recognized Stan in here. Yes, a twist of fate. Do you believe it was possible to quantify fate? I've often wondered. I visited some strange places. Madrill's underground has a particular ambiance that I don't like very much. Is it the stink? It's probably the stink. This is it. Here, this is where Sewer Evil King was. Look at that, slave. Huh? Is something there, Servantari? I thought it was still Stan talking. That's on me. I did not expect it to change so quickly. Over there, it seems that you can go further. Oh, that's true. Why didn't we notice that when we were here before? Seems odd that we overlooked it. Or did it open up later? It opened up later because there was a gate there before. As was proven by the fact that we came here like 7 times, bashed my face into that gate, and got annoyed. So you'll notice the other 2 gates aren't open. Only the one in the front. Or the back relative to the building, but the front relative to us. Because this one's closed. And this one's closed. But this one is open. It's like they're luring us somewhere in particular. And they're not great with ladders, apparently. Gears are installed in it. Excellent. Okay, we haven't interacted here, but... Oh, there we go. Oh, it's gonna be one of those. I see, I see. So now we can go to the right. So depending on the button you press on the panel is the direction you'll be able to go. Well, more than likely. Or that's the specific panel that's gonna rotate. One of the two. And of course there's more magic circle buttons and more urns, because every dungeon in this game has these, apparently. That opened a lot of gates, though. Still opening more. Boy, oh boy, so many gates. Oh, well, guess we're fighting this guy. Bats. I do and I don't. I'm turning against it here just because it's the same general layout. Like, yes, the button puzzle gimmick is a little different, but the rest of the flow of this place is identical. And that was gonna be the other thing, is this game is a little fast with how quick it spawns the ghosts. If the spawn rate was a little bit lower, it would work out just fine. But since the rooms tend to just fill with ghosts, you can't avoid the encounters to finish doing the thing you're trying to do. Okay, Mega Storm's not bad. It was obviously not as effective as it could be because these are lightning bats. I'm not entirely sure what Charmer was supposed to do, because it looked like it affected them, not us. Maybe that's like a dodge increase or something, because they charm us into not hitting them. Either way, they did not survive very well. Rosalind learned Shield. Okay, that could actually be useful. I presume that'll raise somebody's defense. Looks like that might be another... Actually, no, because we just had the gloomy urns that were electric, so... What are you? Or are you electric as well? Because this thing looks like identical to the electric urns we fought before. Oh, that's because they are just Sparky urns again. Okay. Is this just gonna be like a greatest hits of all of the urns now? Like maybe there's gonna be a section of this dungeon for each of the areas we've been through already? Yeah, because they're still just as weak as they were before. So that probably is gonna be what the gimmick here, other than the buttons, is you're just gonna be fighting all of the urns you fought up to this point. Which I think that might be the thing that's my least favorite about this game so far, is having to chase these urns all up and down the dungeon in order to proceed. Like, it being a gimmick for one dungeon? Sure. But basically every dungeon is involved chasing these urns all over the place in it. It definitely outstays its welcome. That's not to say I'm not still enjoying the game, but this is like the downside of the game rather than what could have been an upside. where the dungeons could have been more interesting. I'll be honest, the dungeons aren't even complicated. Like, even with the puzzles and gimmicks that some of them have, none of them have been difficult. More often than not, they just are time-consuming. Which, obviously, there's the argument to be made of this may have been intended design-wise for a younger audience, even if the themes and tones of this game are probably intended for above that. Like, it's one of those, it's hard to say for sure who this game was aimed at. It's not particularly difficult, so I wouldn't say that this is like a RPG enthusiast only title, because it really isn't. It has its moments where the difficulty hits a little bit more, but it's not resoundingly difficult. Nor are the mechanics within it especially complex. But that's also, to a certain degree, it's actually a positive for it that the mechanics are not highly complex. Because you always have a balance beam of sorts to deal with as far as making your mechanics complex with an RPG. Because if you make them too complex, no one's going to enjoy them outside of said enthusiast branch of people. So it really depends on how wide you want your market for your game to begin with. And, like, obviously, between the art style, the sense of humor, and everything that this game has, I would not say that this game was necessarily built from the ground up to be widely marketable. Like, the argument could very easily be made that this game was made from the word go to be kind of niche. This is just what the people making it really wanted to say and what they wanted it to be. Okay, wow, that thing just had like 4 hit points, just it also only took 1 damage at a time. Well, that was interesting. Yeah, it can be very hard to find that magic balance where your game has an appeal to a large quantity of people and a large quantity of types of people, more to the point, while also standing people learning how the game works without becoming just, I go through the motions to get through the thing. Like, it's hard to really explain that thought entirely, so I'm kind of having to just, like, chip at it piecemeal as far as what the logic is, and just hope that y'all can follow me on that journey. Because this isn't even entirely just how I feel about this. This is what I've gathered a bunch of people I have met feel about this type of thing as well. Like, obviously, RPGs are primarily carried by their story. That is just kind of fact. The 2 things RPGs have are their mechanics and their story. The world being a beneficial vehicle by which the story is improved or damaged, generally. The mechanics being separate from the world and the storytelling, though the mechanics and the storytelling also can work off of each other, too. Absolutely. Like, Chrono Trigger didn't really do it for me too much, but I at least found that world and the way they decided to do things interesting. And that was gonna be another thing, is there's such a thing as taking what worked and going too far, which I have no experience with Chrono Cross personally, so I can't really speak to it on a personal level, but that seems to be a thought that just about everybody that's encountered that game has had about it, is that it went overboard. It became too much. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that they took the exact same thing and made more of it. I'm saying they took ideas that they had and pushed further, but they may have pushed the particular ideas too far forward. Yeah. But bear in mind, this may be a misunderstanding on their part of what made Chrono Trigger work. Or they may have just made Chrono Trigger because that's something they had the capacity to reach, and then they made Chrono Cross because of a change in their capabilities by that point. I don't know entirely. See, I didn't actually know that was connected. That's interesting that those directly led into each other. Agility +1, huh? I don't really see +1 agility mattering. I was gonna say, I don't know if I would say same combat mechanics on that one. If you simplify it down, yes, but there are a couple varied layers there where I'm not sure if that turns out to be entirely the same. But I could definitely see what you mean with the connection there, because it does feel like an evolved form of that. For lack of a better way of explaining it. I just would not entirely agree with same. Like, they would have the same roots, I think is probably the best way for me to put that. Yeah. That I think we both can agree on. Yeah, I knew they both obviously came out of the same company. I did not realize it was the same creator, but I'm bad at remembering specific director and creator names. Like, that's just not a name that usually sticks in my head at all. Like, if a team is mentioned, I'll probably remember the team. I will not remember, oh yeah, it was directed by this guy. Or... like, hell, if the name Iga hadn't been mashed into my brain via Castlevania, I probably wouldn't even remember Iga at all, if that tells you anything. As a big Metroidvania Castlevania fan. Like, that's just the level of I don't keep those names in memory that I'm at. Let's see, if I rotate this one, nothing good happens. If I rotate this, I could then access this side, but I would need to do it from over here. So let's rotate the middle. Except I apparently can't? Maybe I'm misunderstanding how it works. What are you doing, slave? We didn't finish the reinvestigation of the sewer. It'll be a wasted effort if we don't look further. I'm trying, Stan. He's just not listening to me about spinning the middle. Oh, is it because you two are stuck there? Come on. Come on, Dumb and Dumber. No, it still doesn't work. Okay. So I guess we could try to spin this one and try to go that way then. See if that's just an order of operations situation. No, that doesn't work either. I guess I can only rotate certain ones. Because for some reason, I can rotate this one on this panel, but I couldn't rotate the ones that would have made sense. Which this allows me to move like this, which doesn't help anything. And this is kind of a perfect example of why sometimes I really dislike gimmick puzzles. Because you gave me a 3x3 pressure plate grid here, and a puzzle in the middle of the room. But you give me no descriptive reason why I can't press this button. I mean, I can press this button, but I can't press this one. This is the thing that's wrong with some of these types of puzzles. I'm now taken out of the experience by the fact that I'm only able to manipulate arbitrary parts of this puzzle grid here in order to make the puzzle more complex and make the dungeon take longer. Is if I simply could just rotate this middle piece and then rotate the parts I want to, I could make this much shorter. Understandable. I did not realize 8 was coming back into vogue because of Expedition 33. I had literally heard nothing of that discourse at all. That one just flew right past me entirely, despite the fact that I like 8 and I have seen people talking about Expedition 33 a lot. The connecting point between those two never ended up landing in front of me at all. Though then again, I've also never really been that up on the reputation 8 has. And I think that's mostly because a lot of the time I've seen people talk bad about 8 in ways that really don't track. Okay. I guess people can take that and run with it. There's a lot of situations where it's like, oh yeah, these are my favorite games. It's like, okay, but that only means so much. Oh, okay, I see what they want me to do here. It has an effect, but I don't know if people are attributing too much to that effect, is more my point. Because yes, it impacted how they designed it, but there's a lot more to do with that. Why can't I interact with this button? Why does this button do nothing? What was the point to the rest of what I've done here if I can't rotate this tile, game? Why do none of these tiles rotate in a way that ends this? Like, I can freely rotate this one, which does not help achieve what it looked like they wanted me to achieve here. Why do I only have access to specific tiles? Why is this puzzle so arbitrary? Can I suddenly move the middle one now? No. There's no point in moving the corner piece. I can move this one again, but why would I do that? This is exactly what I'm saying, is this is pointless how this puzzle works here. Because I can't even move the one I would want to move from here either. This just is... This is pointless faff to how this puzzle works. Can I move the middle one from here? No. Because all I would have to do is move the middle one and then I would be over where I want to be. Because all I'd have to do is go like this. and then cross over the middle and I'd be there. But no! For some reason, in neither of these locations can I move this middle point. Why? Like, just, I would genuinely love if there was some scholar of this game out there who could actually give me a reason why I can't use that tile. Other than because you can't, because it would make the puzzle too short. Because that's the only reason I could think of for that to be true. Like, this is gonna be one of those cases where I end up feeling stupid because the two very obvious solutions in front of you are just locked away for no explicable reason. But I think I understand what they want me to do, even though it doesn't make any sense at all. No, I didn't want to rotate that. Well, no, I have to rotate that one, though. This entire arrangement's gonna look very ugly. Though, no, I don't think what I'm trying to do here is gonna work either, though. I hate it here. Can I at least get to the one over here? Yes. Except I still can't rotate that one. I don't know why I thought I could. Why are you like this? Because to lay this all out there for everybody, that one that leads to the area up at the top, the only two access points you would have for it would be the tile to my right here, or the tile across from me in that other corner. There is no way to use the middle to access that point because it's a corner piece. I have rotated this into a position where I could get there, but I can't rotate this piece in the middle here because reasons. So, that's useless now. But in order to use this one to get anywhere, I need to be able to access the middle one facing this direction while this is also facing the correct direction. But because I only can sometimes rotate some of these, it doesn't entirely work. In fact, I seem to have lost the ability to rotate the middle again for some reason. And I think I see what the reason is, even though I disagree with it. Is the logic I think it's operating under is you need to have it rotating so that it still connects to something? Is if I rotate that middle piece, it would then be only going to walls? So I need to rotate the other parts in order to allow it to be able to access something once it's rotated. Which is a needlessly extra constraint upon how this works. But it probably is exactly how that works. Except, no, I still can't rotate that, so maybe it is actually just as arbitrary as I was claiming it was to begin with. And I'm starting to give up on this as a concept, even though I have to get through here. I still cannot rotate the middle for question mark reasons. Which then renders accessing the point we're trying to access completely impossible. Which thus means the only thing I should rationally be able to do is go over here, rotate this panel. I'm gonna have to rotate it a few times, so bear with me for a second here. Because you can't rotate them more than once at a time, because why would you have a convenient option like that? Now, realistically, the only other thing I should be allowed to do then is to move this one, except I still can't. is the option should have then been to go this way for logical and reasonable pathing. Is from this point over here, I have no means of crossing over to the other side. Is the best shot I would have at doing that would be to rotate this all the way around. Such that I now have access to the middle. Which I can rotate this one. But I, for some reason, cannot rotate that one still. Like, do I have to have the rest of the sequence in place before you go, okay, you can do that now? No, I still can't move either of these to make that happen. Because the idea with this particular sequence would be to go all the way around. Is okay, maybe they want it to be annoying, and you have to walk all the way around. Except it still won't let me interact with that one. So that still doesn't work. Like, am I massively overthinking something here, or is this genuinely just stupid? So I'm fully willing to accept that I'm, like, 7-heading a 3-head question here. It's not even a 4-head question. This is genuinely only a problem because it's only allowing certain buttons to be accessed. I still can't rotate that one. I can, however, now access that one. So if I do this... I swear if this works, I'm gonna actually be extra cross. Nope, still doesn't work. But if I rotate this away, does it suddenly, magically work? No. Okay. I remain fundamentally and resoundingly confused. I have made such a mess of this board here now. Now I just can't move this for some reason. And the extra layer of confusion to this is, why does it allow, why does it highlight as interactable if you can't use it? And just in case anybody's like, he's not actually pressing the button, he's doing a bit, listen to the clicking. Do you hear the input being done? I'll give you a hint, that's the same button. And it's not happening. Like, the fact that these are accessible from different points should be meaningful. I fully understand and accept that you should have to reach different buttons in order to complete a puzzle like this. That just makes sense. But both of these panels have access to the exact same spaces. They don't have access to different spaces. So what is the point of having access to the two separate panels if your options don't actually change? Is the options of where you can move from do change, but they don't matter. Like, it doesn't do anything. Because this is still not accessible. Like, am I missing something down below that I was supposed to do to activate the other panels? And they just don't do a good job of telling you that some panels are active and some panels aren't? 'Cause I don't think we fully explored the floor below. So maybe that's the problem? Or maybe this puzzle's just garbage. I mean, that is also always a possibility. There's an unfortunate amount of garbage puzzles in video game design. And obviously, they intend for the fact that that's a T-shaped junction over here. They intend for this to matter. Because they wouldn't have made this a T-shaped junction if there wasn't a reason for it to be a T-shaped junction. And I think I understand now. Yeah, no, I understand the problem, actually. It's because of this gearbox here. We need to have a gear on this side. Even though you wouldn't think that this box up here would have anything to do with what's going on to actually move these. It's that missing gear that's the problem. But then that calls into question why you can move the middle. Why does the middle move? Like, I don't know if I'm just, like, ranting for no reason here. And everybody's just sick of me ranting because I'm not making sense, but... like, that's the only other thing I can think of, is that there's a gear missing there. And that's for some reason causing only the far side not to be movable. But I wanted to cover all of that in case somebody comes around with the... like, oh yeah, all you had to do was just go get a gear. It's like, but that still doesn't make sense, though. That doesn't explain away the fact that there's an inconsistency with how those move. Is from a mechanical standpoint, sure, that gear being missing makes sense for that one on the far side to not work. But if every section needs gears to turn, why can the middle turn? Like, it just doesn't make sense. But, like, the obvious actual solution is we have to come down here and finish down here before we're allowed to proceed. And I'm sure there's somebody out there that was watching that and tearing their hair out while I was insisting on fighting with that puzzle and complaining about it. And to them I say, you could easily have just skipped ahead or not watched, because this is just how this is going to be right now. You should not present the player with a puzzle that is meaningless, essentially. I did it. I got a Wimberry. Yay! Now, there was another chest that opened up, or was that just the other side of the chest I was standing near? 'Cause there's still gates shut on this floor, and that bothers me. But I don't think that the rest of the gates on this floor open. I think those are just there as, like, end of level barriers. Or, you know, arbitrary blocks like this one, where literally it just exists so you have to do this. hey, what do you know? There's the gear I was talking about. But this remains stupid that this is even required because it still doesn't line up. Like, this is just there to make you have to do this step. All they would have to have done to make this make sense is just leave a gear in the middle of that set of gears, and then being able to rotate the middle makes sense. But no, they left that middle spot empty, which just makes me lose my damn mind. Oh wait, no, this goes in the middle. But we could rotate the... I hate it here. I hate this location. This location is stupid. Is we rotated the middle once, or am I might be gaslighting myself here. I may have convinced myself that we moved the middle at some point when we didn't, in fact, actually move the middle at all at any point. I may have done the thing again. But I swear that we had moved that piece. Sometimes my brain decides to do things to me. So if that's all it took, all you would have to have done was pull that gear that's right there, the one sitting right there that's the same size, just pick that gear up, move it over. Then you can rotate the thing. And then just move it back when you're done. It's not like these are attached in any way. They're just sitting here. We literally just dropped that in there and it works. None of it matters. It's madness to me. Absolute madness. Wait. No. Just stop thinking about it. All you're gonna do is get yourself more in trouble. Nope, just stop. Stop right now before this gets worse. And none of this, at any point, explains why that gearbox with no buttons, no levers, no anything to interact with the box itself, and no connection between the box and the panel, just works. It just does the thing. Why? I don't know. It just does. I'm trying to formulate my thoughts going forward on this scenario here. Yes, it's my fault for not fully making the connection there because I disagreed with the logic of the connection. But at the same time, I feel like this is unnecessary, regardless. At no point have I disputed the fact that dungeons need something to make dungeons take X amount of time, whatever the X amount of time that your dungeon is intended to take for someone to get through it. But I have always said that you need your dungeon padding to make sense and feel like it's worth doing. And it's not purely there just to make the dungeon take X amount of time. But really, that's all this gear hunt is for, is to make the dungeon take X amount of time. We didn't even really get a meaningful reward out of going down into the section where the gear was. Like, all told, we got a Wimberry, some experience and money, obviously, from the fights running around down there. But you can get that anywhere, so you don't have to get it from this specific bit here. And, like, one other item that I already forgot because we were running in circles around that section long enough that I kind of lost the plot. Which, that's the other thing, is they compounded the gear puzzle up above, which really isn't even a puzzle at all, when you factor in the fact that you just need the gears from down here to be able to rotate the thing appropriately. It literally is just an extra thing. Like, you could just remove that section from the game, and I don't think a meaningful difference would happen. Other than someone like me wouldn't sit there and spend half an hour fiddling with the buttons trying to see if there's a way to make it work without having completed the combat section underneath. Which I guess at the end of the day, that's basically what my brain locked onto, is can I do this within the limitations of what it's set down? Which obviously should have been a no from the word go, but sometimes you narrow in on something and are like, I can make it work. I can do a thing here. There's a shortcut. No, there isn't. It's kind of like that time where I was trying that one ridiculous jump. And I know that doesn't narrow it down because it happened like 17 separate times, but me saying that makes most of you think of at least one sequence like that already, which makes this thing work itself out regardless. You just end up hard-headedly fixating on doing the thing the way you're trying to do and ignoring the actual way to do the thing. I feel like this is something everyone has experienced, and obviously y'all have seen me do it numerous times, where I fixate on this is how this is going to work, but why doesn't it work? Well, that's funny, timing with the lightning and the thunder. The thunder probably none of you can hear. Just suffice it to say, I made that statement and then there was a rumble of thunder behind me right afterwards, which I find amusing. I'm gonna assume Panther Fang is probably a better version of the... Yeah, it's a slightly better version of the Wildcat Fang. An accessory that finally does a meaningful amount of stat increasing, instead of just, hey, here's +1 to this stat. Let's give that to Rosalind so her attack is closer to Ari's. In fact, it's the same now, so hopefully she should start doing a similar amount of damage to Ari instead of being behind all the time. So we've had them have the same attack before and they weren't doing the same damage. So I'm sure that this will still lead to basically nothing changing. Somehow. Because the stats in this game are somewhat incomprehensible. Like, obviously this Leering Seaweed is a bad example because it is going to take 1 damage from everything. Unless magic hurts it for more, which it might, but there's not really any point in checking that because it just dies in like 3 turns worth of attacks at the worst. God, do I wish I could say that that entire puzzle rant up there was a bit. Boy, do I wish I could say that right now. Though I feel like I'm in another situation similar to that down here right now. We've gone in this loop 3 times, and there's no buttons for me to hit. So why can I not proceed? What did I overlook here? And of course, this entire situation here is maybe lose the train of thought we were on before this happened as well, in case people are like, why is he just sitting there staring at the screen occasionally now? The mindset has just been thrown completely off by this whole situation. So to get back to the thought about the stats in this game confusing me, you would think if you increase a character's stat by, to take the example of the attack increase we just got there, by 5, you would notice a more meaningful change than if you increased it by 1 from, say, gaining a level. And there's the button I missed. I must have just not seen the glow on this one compared to the other one. Because I probably was still mid-tangent anytime I walked past that, so I just completely didn't process that that was there. Which I don't know if any of y'all have noticed, but there are times when if I'm on a tangent, I will just completely miss something at my feet, let alone something to the side of me. And I've noticed that that's gotten worse rather than better sometimes, the longer I've been streaming. And I used to hear people joke about streamer brain all the time, and I gotta say, it does seem to become more and more of a thing. Like, this isn't actually one of those things where, oh, you get better at it over time. No, it actually gets worse. Because I think, to a certain degree, part of it is a matter of your perspective on which part of what you're doing matters more shifts. Like, most people probably start off much more gameplay focused, unless they, like, aim straight off the top for, like, a just chatting experience with extras, which there are people that do that. But if you start off gameplay focused, you obviously will keep most of your attention on what you're doing and a bit of it on interacting with everything else. But as you spend more and more time doing the thing, and as you connect more and more with the people you're talking to, as well as what you're doing, that perspective and that split starts to shift. And I think that's the threshold we're hitting here, is I'm slipping out of the game just enough that I just cannot process what I need to process. And I'm pointing all this out, not to excuse what's happening, because obviously you're watching somebody stream a game. You kind of come into that generally expecting them to botch things in weird ways at times, almost certainly. But to give people insight that they may or may not have into the mentality that happens sometimes. And obviously I can't speak for everybody on this. This is just my internal perspective of how this is working, laid out for y'all as it's happening. Yeah, I figured magical armor was yours because everything you had ended in armor. So now she's got magic armor, and I think she has... No, she has second highest defense now. She actually used to have less as defense than Kissling. I mean, that's true. But that's also your job. Like, the job of Twitch chat is to goof around, occasionally be helpful, and usually try to thwart the Twitch streamers' activities where possible. In comedic ways. That's just, like, generally the interaction there. Yeah. Meanwhile, obviously my function here is to try to show people the thing, but make it entertaining, and also try to keep that connection with all of you going at the same time. Which ends up being a lot of plate spinning that may sometimes make people's brains just fall apart. Especially depending on existing skill set going into it. There we go, that's all the urns on this floor. And I think some of the mental awareness is returning because the temperature just dropped. Which, on a completely semi-connected note, we are sounding like we're getting a bit of a storm, so if the stream disappears at any point, as per usual, you know why. The power probably went out. Yeah, exactly. There we go, there's the other gear. And I was going through a great time as far as sleep goes for the past almost month? No, not almost month, more like only 2 weeks. But the past couple days, I've been waking up like almost as tired as I went to sleep. And I don't really know why, but I've been recovering as far as I can tell just fine. But I'm now wondering if there's an extra layer of goop to my brain here that may have been fucking with me. Again, not trying to make excuses, just trying to understand what's happening. Yeah, no, I could absolutely see where all of those would devastate somebody's mental capacity, as far as what you're talking about there. I mean, it's not been bad. Like, I've not been having, like, a supremely bad time or anything. I just am in a little bit of a financially awkward position right now because of, well, this being my primary means of income, and not to be down on anybody, but it's not been making bank, to use the words of younger people than myself. So as the strings get tighter, it definitely becomes concerning. Now, I've been doing my best, of course, not to think about that very much. But that could easily be like a background, back-of-the-brain distraction messing with the mentality as well. Like, that is always a possibility. Which, on a related note, the Donathon that I keep positing as an idea is more than likely going to be happening either next week or the week after, depending on planning. Oh yeah, I can imagine. A move will especially start putting a real vice grip on anything financial. Especially if you don't have the advantage of being able to sell, like, the property you were on beforehand or anything to mitigate the movement cost. Unfortunately, though, I can't really say that there are many people that I can think of right now that aren't in a similar strait, because that's just the way things are right now. Like, things just kind of generally suck right now, which is not something I draw attention to very often, but it's currently conversation relevant, so I'm just gonna toss that there and we'll move on. Because obviously the intent behind this whole shtick is usually to provide escapism for people, but now and then you kind of need to acknowledge the thing. Okay, so that was the same first fight charm I sold one of before. Joyous day. Hooray for single point stat increases. This once again. Because I think Big Bull started with that, and either I took that away from him and sold it, or he's still carrying it. One of the two. He's probably still carrying it because I wouldn't have put him on the party just to take it and to sell it because it wouldn't be worth much money. And I would be focusing on talking about the current state of the game to distract people, but there's really not much to talk about when I'm still walking around in the sewers looking for buttons. You know, there really isn't much to talk about with that. It's like, hey guys, I still haven't found the button. Would you believe I went in the loop again and still didn't find the button? Crazy thing! Still haven't found the button. Fighting the same guys again, though. Isn't that great and exciting? Which, I may as well tangent into this while I'm thinking about it, because it's connected to what I was just talking about. This is another one of the things that have kept keeping me away from streaming RPGs. Because you have to be able to keep talking about random nonsense a lot more with something like this, because you end up with situations like this one right here where, what is it you're going to talk about? There's nothing relevant to the game to talk about right now. Is the plot we've talked about already. We've discussed the parts of the plot that have led to the situation we're in right now, so there's not really anything else to add to that. And here we are. Like, I already was questioning how things worked. And there's not really that much to question about the other parts of the other things here. Yeah, I can imagine, considering there's a lot of running around in that. And quite a few unfortunate points where there's not a ton happening, to put it bluntly. Though a similar thing could be said about quite a few of the Dragon Age games. It's like, okay, we gotta get from A to B. I hope somebody really wants to have a long chat about something, because boy, oh boy, is there not much going on. Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing. These are all still good games and good things. These are just the weaknesses of these positive experiences. Like, even if I was doing a set of platforming or something, there would still be these weakened moments where, say I have to redo the same sequence a few times to get through it. I would also have the extra layer of I have to focus on what I'm doing there to get through it. This, at least, I can just sit here and just keep mashing the attack button, and it can still work. Well, that's exactly what I mean, is that there needs to be something to talk about, though. And, like, obviously, that is a failing on my part, because I'm not good at just pull random thing out of the ether. Never have been. That's why I don't do just chatting. It's something I'm still working on. I definitely pressed down before pressing X there, game, but you believe what you will. I guess Ari deserved his 3 hit point treat. I'm definitely a bit cooked today, though, apparently. Based on the fact that we've now gone in this loop again, and I have not figured out what I missed. Stan, now is not the time. Oh, hey, there's different words here, at least. Let's try Whirlwind. These do not work with that at all. Sure, Whirlwind Dow Kick. Why not? That's fine, Stan. You've not really been useful most of the time anyway. Maybe it's just me, but none of those Warcry options have ever seemed particularly impressive. And I'm sure part of it's meant to be a joke answer of some kind, but it has to be a particular joke answer that the developers agreed with. And at least these fights are going quicker. Like, we are definitely dealing more damage at this point. But that helps and hurts at the same time, because I now have no strategizing to do in these encounters. I just show up, they die, and most of the time is load times. This is the one move I was missing, is walking across this one pipe. But it was a pipe I thought I'd walked across already, because, shocking concept, all of these pipes look the same. It's almost like you can't tell one chunk of copper pipe from another one. But we're out of the loop now. But yeah, to continue on the line of thought with that donathon, though, I do want to roll out a couple thoughts by y'all while we're sitting here with not much else to talk about or do. One of the things I already posited doing, and I've had numerous discussions with people about this, and most of it's been positive towards this idea. I'm going to run it by y'all while you're here, because obviously y'all are examples of people that will be here for the event, presumably. Whether you will all specifically make it there for that or not. And that was the idea of specifically having people paying me more or less to play specific games. Like, obviously these would be full playthroughs to be done after the donathon is complete. Potentially even during the donathon, depending on how things work out. Now, I hadn't worked out specific pricing for it, but obviously I've already offered it up to the couple people that had donated immediately with no offer of reward, because I didn't want them to be left unrewarded. So I just want to make that clear as well, right off the top. They are getting the same reward that people will be receiving for their specific thresholds. And the main thing I've been trying to figure out, as far as that goes, is how much to ask for. And the best logic I've been able to come up with for that has been X amount being worth X threshold of hours. Is obviously, as far as beating games has been going to begin with, I've been trying to maintain under a certain amount of hours per game, just to keep things moving. But obviously, under the circumstances of somebody being incredibly generous, the option of tipping that rule pulled to the side would be there. But it would have to be, like, very generous. But I have not settled on an exact value, is the issue. So I don't want to ask people for too much right off the top. Like, I don't want to expect people to be breaking the bank to pay for this, regardless of whether I need the money or not. Other people also need their money. So there's always an awkward balance stance there. And obviously I am trying to think of other ways to reward people for donation as well. And art is obviously on the table as an option there too. Though the value of that has to be figured out as well. Because, like, obviously I could just offer the same results as if people had purchased it normally. And that would be a valid strategy. But by that same token, it loses a little something because it's not special at that point. So one thing I was debating with on that, as far as offering art to donation goals, would be either to offer something specific to as a giveaway at X threshold, which obviously that usually works, or offering basically like discounted prices if people purchase during the donathon. Now, the tricky bit with discounted pricing, of course, is there being wiggle room within your pricing to allow for discounts, not making it basically free, which is an interesting situation as well. Is any of what I'm rambling about making any sense to anyone? Like, I want to be open book about this with y'all, just because, you know, y'all are what's making this function to begin with, and I want y'all to fully understand what you'd be getting into with this donathon when it happens. I know there are people out there that are more than willing to smoke and mirrors their way to people donating a lot of money to them and things like that, but I can't do that. I would never mindfully do that. Will I make mistakes? Probably. This is gonna be my first donathon, so people are gonna have to expect some scuff and some mistakes to be made. Like, that's just gonna be how it is, unfortunately. Even with all the advice I'm going to have from people who have done it a lot, I'm sure I'm going to make a mistake somewhere. Like, that's just the nature of doing something for the first time. But part of why it's been taking so long is because I keep waffling about so many of these decisions, as y'all are familiar with me doing. Like, I waffle about decisions a lot, because just look at what happens every time I try to pick a raid target. It turns into like a 10 to 15 minute debate of like, well, what about this one? But what about that one? What about this option, though? And I suppose another thing I want to chuck out there is, are there other incentives people have seen other people do or would want that any of you want to chuck out there as an idea? I can't promise that that idea will be acted upon, but I'm interested to see what y'all think. Because again, obviously y'all are a big part of how all of this works. So I would like to make sure y'all have input. Okay, I know where that one was, because that's the pipe on the opposite side again. Next to the one we just walked across to open the other thing. Problem is, I keep losing track of which side of the place we're on because these fights keep happening at just the right moments to throw that off alongside the thought process I'm on at the same time. That's understandable, and obviously it is a good way to try to bolster yourself, so I highly recommend if you have the time, willingness, and capacity to do so, it is worth considering doing. And I will absolutely throw what support I can your way as well, because we all need to look out for each other. Well, I wouldn't do it if I had to, that's the thing. Part of kindness amongst people each other know is that you don't have to do it. It's a matter of you're choosing to be kind. I'm getting so many random low-tier accessories now. It feels weird. Oh, I understand completely. I'm in the exact same boat. This is... Welcome to yet another layer of the mental hell that is me setting this thing up. Like, I have a hard enough time asking people for their time or their help with something, let alone asking for financial help. And yet, it is a necessary part of how this whole system operates that we kind of have to do that. Oh yeah, I've been there too. I have argued with a couple people about that before, because it's like, you don't have to do that. I came here to help you to do the thing. It's like, yes, but that's why we're shouting you out. It's like, but no! I am not the focus. No, absolutely. And I can understand because there's the extra layer there of the fact that you're on a hiatus. And of course, ads are going to interrupt this conversation now, and we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, that's... We came to the same realization around the same time. But I suppose that's something that a lot of us can probably relate on. The struggle of being willing to get help. So I know this is something I share with a lot of the people in here. Maybe not in here right now, but that have been in here. That we all are like, but no, you take care of yourself first. But this is going to be another case of I will give better advice than I use. Always let people help you if they choose to help you. As well, assuming they're trying to help you genuinely. Because there may be things that they realized are happening that you may not have admitted to yourself. And a varying perspective can lend itself to a lot for you. Like, these are all things that I will very easily say and then still struggle with actually acting on. But that's also why I'm saying this for everybody, is that hopefully y'all will be able to make better use of this information than I can. It is easier to say than to do, yeah. Oh, those things steal too. I'm surprised we fought so many of those, and they never stole anything from us till now. So, I'll be honest, I've not noticed what those things that say Snatch 100, Snatch 1000, or etc. even do. They don't seem to have had like a meaningful impact on our money or anything, so I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Yeah, completely unrelated to the Donathon though, but just as more air filler. Since obviously Steam Next Fest started today, tonight I will be sifting through the demos, picking some out for tomorrow. Obviously I have a bunch that I'm already guaranteeing that I'm going to do, pretty much, but I'm going to keep the names of those under my hat, both because I need to make sure that they are actually on the list like they were supposed to be, and because I want to make sure they work before I offer them. But, related to all of that, there is a segment me and a handful of people are going to be doing on Thursday, where we're going to be going through a bunch of the multiplayer demos. So you can look forward to that. This is why I said there wasn't going to be a normal collab this week. We are instead going to be bringing together a different group than we usually have to be doing a bunch of multiplayer demos. Char, or specifically our Ming, is going to be setting up all of that. So this is actually not even really going to be hosted by me this time either. She had already compiled a list of what she expects to be showing up. And as far as any of us can tell, those demos will be there. But of course, testing and everything's going to have to happen before a finalized list for that is going to come out. But y'all can look forward to that at Mess on Thursday. And then, of course, the rest of this week, like I'd said before, is going to be consumed by Next Fest. It's just in general. Where is what I missed? Did I miss a message saying that the urns were all gone? I don't think that that's true. Because we just passed the hatch that was closed. So there must be an urn I didn't walk over to. On a slightly brighter note, even though I don't usually point at numbers, particularly while live, but I do want to point out that we're actually very close to 700 followers now. Like, there's only 14 more to go for that. Is we've been experiencing another positive surge in that regard the past, like, week or so. So that's good. Always good to see that. Like, I know a lot of what we've been talking about has been kind of a downturn in the mood here, so may as well bring that up to kind of tip things back a little bit. Oh, absolutely, and that's what the focus should be, but it's important to acknowledge positive steps toward milestones and things like that. Now, I'll admit, I don't really have a goal set for 700 or anything. Like, I have no, like, special occasion designed for it or anything. And I had been debating whether I should do something for that alongside the Donathon, if that happened to line up. But I think one, it's not going to quite line up, because it'd be incredibly convenient if somehow those 14 happened before the Donathon happened. But there's no sense in tethering the two together in that manner, because all that'll do is alter the mentality towards it. But obviously, I would like to do something special for that scenario. It's just gonna be a matter of what. Which I'll be honest with y'all, I'm running out of ideas for milestone events. Like I've been kind of scraping the bottom of the idea barrel for a bit now, so I don't really want to keep rehashing some of the stuff I've done already. But especially with, like, the Archipelago site being weird the last time I looked at it. Okay, I see what I need to do. I just needed to hook back to get to this urn. And to explain the thought about the Archipelago site being weird the last time I looked at it, I could not find a way to access the newest Archipelago content, not the stable branch stuff, but the stuff they were adding, without going into their Discord. And their Discord is just very busy, and I don't want to be there. I'm not a fan of being in very busy Discords, because I have a weird mental compulsion to check the things that are happening in situations like that. So I'd be constantly distracted by trying to keep up with that. I'm already having enough of that trouble with some of the Discords I'm in right now. Last thing I need is more distractions of that type. And that's also why I don't join everybody that asks me to join their Discords, because, like, I will not be able to function. After a certain point, there will be too many. As it stands, I need to trim down the amount I'm in right now. Yeah, exactly. Like, some just have to be muted, because otherwise I will never be able to stop clearing notifications. Oh, we finally made it. Huh? It's a dead end here. Is this the meeting place for fake evil kings? There's a magic square, but the rest of it's nothing extraordinary. This magic square might hold a great secret. It seems to be a familiar pattern. Suddenly, I don't expect too much. Let me see. Stan, I thought you were the evil king. You don't even know the types of magic squares? Shame on you. Don't you know about this, you paper hero? Magic square was originally for minor evil beings and humans to support their inadequate power. When it comes to being powerful and evil like me, I can generate great power without a magic square. You know, you should just stop, because I'm starting to feel embarrassed for you. You fake evil being. What? Who's the fake evil being? How dare you? Calling me a fake evil king is the ultimate mega offense. Sounds like a good thing I can call you it again and again, you fake evil being. Unforgivable. I thought I'd cause you to suffer in terror if you saw my real form, but I can't stand it anymore. You'll pay for this right now. Make me if you can. I want you to call for your weird butler. Oh, James, please protect me. You, Ari, why are you not stopping them? I agree. Do something quickly before they start with the liar, liar, pants on fire arguments. How come? It's totally fun. Excuse me, a moment, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Professor. Whatever. Did you find out something? Well, there's an inscription in our language on the edges of the magic square. When we accept the contents with a pure and unrebellious mind, the magic square will reinforce the attributes of one who steps on it. Reinforce the attributes, which means, well, according to, well, me, who possesses a linguistic sense as precious as true love or really good lasagna, it translates to, it makes the butt-kicking powers of the dude who stands on it even more crankin', I think. Like, it really amps you up. This is where the evil kings come. Is this how they become stronger? Does this create the Great Evil King? What an evil device. I'm the Great Evil King, you ninny. Anyway, it's something, isn't it? It means when I step on it, my evilness and power is reinforced and my great power will become even greater. Of course, I have the honor of being the strongest, so I don't need to get strength through such a thing. But it would be small-minded to ignore an opportunity that was placed right in front of me, saying, Your Highness Evil King, please use this. I can use the magic square. Oh, really? How? How can you stand on it while being stuck in Ari's shadow? If Ari stands on it, don't you think it'll means Ari absorbs the power? Ah! Too bad. But you don't mind, right? Because you're such a large-minded evil king. Rodent woman. I know, hang in there, Stan. But we'll never know if we don't try. Hey, Slave Ari, step on it together with me. Do it now, I mean it, it's an order. See, you wanted to step on it from the beginning. Denial's dorky. But I wonder, is it okay for a human to step on it? What? I don't know. It could have the same effect on a human, but it could also be dangerous. We shouldn't let him. Hey, stop. Alright, come back. It's too risky. Nah, it'll be fine. Whoa, it's flashing. Oh, what? Hey, Ari. So this is different. What was I doing? Hey, I'm good. Everything's okay. You know, Miss Rosalind, this magic square that reinforces the skill of the one who steps on it. Yes, that makes sense. I wonder if it has the same effect if a human steps on it. Hey. Perhaps it does, but primarily it seems to be a facility for evil kings. Perhaps it's dangerous. I don't know if it was made, who made this or for what purpose. I guess it doesn't matter. There's no evil king here, so there's no reason for us to stay. We gotta go now to seek the great evil king. Hey, it's not funny. Don't prank me. Now you've discovered that you're just fake evil kings, what are you gonna do? Well, for the time being, I'll go back to my spa. I don't know, I'm still cute though. Really, I was saved by the hero Rosalind from becoming a fake evil king. In addition, you respect us ghosts. Thank you. Well, true heroes like that. Besides, you seem like harmless ghosts. What did you just say? What is that sound? Is that you, Your Highness? My music box went off. Went off by itself. It's important and I must not break it, though I can't remember why. Now let's get going. We still have far to go. Oi! Why are you all leaving me?
Suddenly, his friends disappeared, and Stan will not appear regardless of being called again and again. Now, the boy is alone.
So yeah. Chapter 5, Lost Souls and Shadows. This is the sequence of the game I was talking about earlier that I said I was worried about. Because this is where things get tricky. Indeed, the magic camp was launched anew, but funny of a fight, there is nary a clue. I muse and ponder, what did the circus evil king do? Thank you for being cryptic, as always, Phantom Evil King, just appearing, saying random nonsense, and then leaving. So yeah, we're in a little bit of a pickle now, huh? We are transparent, alone, and, yeah, nobody seems to remember that we even existed. Which, that's not that different for Ari if you think about it, considering people tend to forget when he was standing right next to them anyway. But it's a bit of a problem right now. This is not good. I just had to be here in Medril when this great evil king scare hit. Now I can't even go home. That doesn't sound good. Sigh. This place. Hey, did you know? A fearful great evil king named Stan is coming to conquer our world. So Stan's on the loose, huh? Maybe he took our body and ran off. Rosalind, the great hero, must be a wonderful person. Strong, beautiful, and brave. Oh, I wish I could have seen her. They say that she took off in a hurry to search out Stan, the great evil king. I'm sure she will use her graceful techniques to see the end of the fearful great evil king. Oh, I adore her. Everyone, please listen. Please listen to my song. Nope, not going anywhere. Oh, I see. Someone, please listen to my song. So she's back to the street corner, trying to get people to listen to her. But with the band broken up, it's kind of a bit of a sad story for everybody at the moment, huh? Because they all went back to what they were doing before we met. My job is to greet visitors at the front desk. Even when no one's looking, I must be solemn, rigid, yet friendly. You were totally ignored. You had no choice but to write your name on the guest registry on your own. I wondered how they were going to handle that, considering if nobody acknowledges that we exist, how are you going to stand in? But I guess if you just write yourself in it on the registry, they can't exactly stop you because they don't know you're there, huh? But bear in mind what the Phantom King said. He mentioned Circus Evil King. Now, who, oh who do we think would be a Circus Evil King out of anybody that we've met? Somebody that perhaps disappears randomly, or knows things that they shouldn't. Or perhaps, you know, had a certain something that started this whole adventure. You know, another case of maybe they shouldn't have had that. So we've got a couple places we can go right now that may or may not lead to anything. We can go to the ice area, because that's where we first ran into the Phantom Evil King, and perhaps we could chase him down and get answers from him, since he popped up and gave us hints. But if he could just pop up wherever, pursuing him's probably not very useful. Or we're going where I'm going to go now, and pursuing the Circus Evil King angle. Yep, Cypher Guy's still here. But of course, the circus isn't in town right now. The circus is elsewhere. Thankfully, we know where elsewhere. Because remember where they set up camp? Back over here, by the sea town. Now, the good news is, I presume if everyone and everything is ignoring us, ghosts probably are also ignoring us. And based on the lack of anything spawning, I'm going to presume that that's correct. Yeah, I think we accessed the camp over here. Yeah, there it is. There seems to be somebody or something up on top of that high ridge. Coming through. That hero. Wonder if she's fit to receive our ciphertext. Must check on her. There seems to be no other hopefuls. Now, bear in mind, that guy's from the crypto organization that we were actually doing ciphers from. So if they're saying there's no other hopefuls, kind of implies that no one remembers Ari, doesn't it? Doesn't look like the man I'm seeking is here, unless he's in the tents. There's the Sewer Evil King. Man, the Great Evil King really was something. You could see sparks flying from the way he and the hero fiercely looked at each other. Now there's an Evil King for you. No ordinary ghost could hope to match him. No, he's not here. Now, I may as well stop being coy about it. We're looking for the Ringmaster. Because if you remember, at the beginning of the game, he had the map O Evil Kings. Now, why, oh why would he have something like that? And remember, he also referred to Stan as the Shadow Evil King. Hey, you guys, guess what? I saw. What, you saw who? Hero, Rosalind the Great Hero. The one they say is on a quest to defeat Stan. Really? Now you got to see her? She's so famous now, you know. I hope she'll save us from the horrible evil king. But you'll notice, people remember Stan. And they remember Rosalind. They remember everybody other than us. So it's safe to say that that trap both eliminated us visibly and eliminated us from the timeline and the memories of everyone. Which, that's a hell of a trap if you think about it. Because if you just cease to exist in the memories and sight of everyone, and no one can hear you, well, what do you do about that? There's really only a couple answers to a situation like that. One, you would have to accept your fate, which is not really the answer we're gonna go for here, because that probably wouldn't progress anything. Good night, ABC. Two, you would have to reverse the trap, which, considering we couldn't just, like, step on the trap again and undo it, that's not really an option. Three, find the one responsible and make them turn things around. But they may not even notice our existence either. But you would figure, if anybody's gonna remember Ari exists, it would be his family. Nothing looks too different here. No point in doing anything with that right now. It's Ari's room. What are you gonna do? If it's Ari's room, why is his sister standing in here? Seems odd, doesn't it? Also means we can't talk to her, though. Presumably. Oh, wait. It's about time Mom asked me to go get the bread. Maybe I should hide in here. It's a vacant room anyway. But you'll notice the effects of us having been around still exist. Her shadow is still pink. So things we've done stay done. We're just lost in memory. Well, that's timing. Hey there, Lilia. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? I think I remember seeing you playing Fortnite, I think it was? Hopefully you had a good time and you got some good wins done for you. And welcoming everybody to us trying to figure out how to save ourselves from quite the trap we fell into here in Okage Shadow King, where we've been erased from our party's memory and no one can see or hear us. So it's a whole thing. The revival of the Great Evil King and the appearance of a great hero. I don't know what's going on, but it's big, really big. There she is. How did Fortnite go for you, Lilia? And thank you for the raid. Hopefully you all had a good time. You know what, honey? I haven't seen Ari for a long time. Hahaha, what a funny name. Who's Ari? So she remembers us, but nobody else does. But she's also been a little unusual the whole time. What with she knew that that tiny pebble would help the baker, without anyone having discussed that, and she had never even gone to the bakery. Weird that. So she must have some resistance to the effects of the trap, based on whatever kind of weird prescience or what have you she has. So I think running around Kennel might not be too useful to us, but I'm going to check the bar to see if the Ringmaster's there. Because I'm pretty confident we need to find him. Someone who's serious-minded, thin-shadowed, and knows that I wear the pants in the family. No complaints for serving cold food, no complaints for my shopping sprees. Is there any guy that fits this description? Used to be Ari. Did you know this? That Rosalind the Great Hero has come here chasing after the evil king? Yes, I actually heard something like that. Actually, I've met her. I've been told her this is the village of Tennel, standing stiff like a palace guard. She brought tons of the usual traveling hero stuff. The medical herbs, antidote herbs, support items. You know, things we don't really have the ability to buy in this game, those things. Which one you mean there, Lilia? Fortnite or this? Because I could see either. Whatever becomes of the evil king or the hero, I'm bored. Unlike the lad there, I'm willing to work. Ah, excellent. Glad to hear it. Ooh, this is scary. What could be scarier than that evil king? An army of the evil king's ghosts have arrived right in our neighborhood. Terrifying. Oh, I know. It laughed as it burnt and destroyed a village somewhere not too far from here. So frightening. So there's something going on. It'll raise people's eyebrows if I keep on laughing at a time like this, but I can't help it. Somebody want to listen to my story? So the good news is, by the fact that no one knows we exist, we can listen to what people have to say without our existence impacting what they're talking about. Which also means we can spy on people. Okay, Ringmaster's not here. No customers, it's so slow. It's just midday though, so it's not that big a deal. But I can't wait till I'm able to tell my story about the great hero stopping by here chasing after the evil King Stan. So, Rosalind's been here. But are they talking about when she was here with us before? Or did she come back here after we parted ways? That's the tricky part. So is my chat like super delayed, or I feel like something weird's going on. It's Twitch, so of course weird things are happening. I don't even know why I'm questioning it. Let's see. Circus is empty, so the Ringmaster is not here. For a bit of context for everybody that came in later on, and we're seeking the Ringmaster because we were told that the Circus Evil King did something. Now, every Evil King in this game has been very, very directly referenced with what they are as their Evil King title. So, Circus Evil King would be most likely to be someone of the circus. Now, the entire rest of the circus cast is still sitting in their tents waiting for their next gig. The only one missing is the Ringmaster. He also had information that he shouldn't have as just a standard person. So we're seeking him, assuming he's the one who laid the trap for us that made us cease to exist. Now, where he is, though, that's a whole other question. we're running out of places to look. So perhaps over here in the snow will finally be relevant. I believe a lot of the area around here was referred to as a dead end as well. So perhaps now that we don't exist... Who is it? Who would visit here? Can you hear me? I see. You're the same as us. Let me open the gate now. Name's KT. I'll open the gate for you anytime. Just ask for me from now on. They can hear us. Now, considering we don't technically exist in the eyes of much of anybody, why can they hear us? What do you do? I'm KT. This is Trista. To be precise, this area designated as Trist. My, this is uncommon. Have 2 new visitors in a row here. The people here are the ones who are no longer noticed, a sanctuary for the disregarded. The world would act as if no one was there, even if we were in front of their very eyes. Our citizens are people and ghosts. Rather than be reminded of our state, we closed our gates to outsiders. But you are an exception. From now on, call my name at the gate and I will open it any time. We are welcome among those who are forgotten. Hi there, new face. I used to work hard, but people kept telling me I hardly left an impression. So business was really slow. If I hadn't wound up here first, I'd have to close my business. It was only a matter of time. Oh yeah. It's got a great energy to it. And it really can hit in weird ways sometimes. Like this whole sequence we're in right now, being forgotten. It definitely hit people in unexpected ways. We got gear for everybody, though. So perhaps not all is lost. Perhaps we will get the band back together. We just gotta find out how. Oh, to get people to remember us again. But for now, though, I may as well just buy a crazy powerful sword relative to what we have. Because, you know, you're feeling down? Treat yourself. Ooh, we do lose half of our luck for it, but you know what? That's fine. If you're still able to, you'd better go back to the world. I don't know how, but I'd sure like to. And that's good advice, going back to the world before you're away from it for too long. But unfortunately, we don't really have that option right now. Because what good would it do to wander around the world with no one knowing that we're there? Oh yeah, we did get better gear than that for them. So we'll go ahead and get rid of these. They are still carrying their gear. Can I afford the better armor? Not the best armor, but I can afford better armor. And in our current situation, it seems like outfitting Ari as best we can would be wise. Because we don't know when we're going to encounter conflict and whether we're going to have our team back together before then. Mega Charm, Mega Stone. No better revives yet. And slap on the better armor. Get rid of the old armor. Do I even want these bandit shoes? I'll get rid of one of them, because I doubt I'm ever going to use 2 bandit shoes. Because I can't really think of 2 characters I would want 1 more speed on. Ah, there it is. I was trying to find the previous armor piece, but for some reason durable outfit just kind of blended in. Fitting in some ways that Ari's outfit blended in just like Ari does. I cannot for the life of me read what that sign says. So let's find out what this place is. The door says boutique. A voice is heard from inside. Don't come in. All the dresses and coats in here, they're all mine. Yeah, if no one notices me, that means I can do anything. Everything in here, I'm taking it all with me. No matter how good I look in these outfits, no one can see me. Yeah, you know, I suppose that is a thing. If nobody knows you exist, then nobody can charge you for crimes or anything, because how would they know? There he is. There's the man. Whoa, whoa. Hey kid, so it's you. It's me, Block, the ringmaster from the circus. I tried to warn you once, but you wound up here after all. What, you don't know what I'm talking about? Don't you know what's become of you? Haven't you noticed that people seem to outright ignore you sometimes? What, not just sometimes, but all the time? It's worse than I thought, but not to worry, you'll be okay. If I'm doing okay, I'm sure you will too. Once I told you that your shadow was thin, what that means is, well, this is purely my own thinking, but our shadows have reached the limit of their thinness. They're so thin that no one notices us anymore. Like pebbles on the ground, completely insignificant. Right now, in the eyes of the world, you may as well not be there. I'm not being mean or anything. In some ways, we're outlaws. We never conform to society. Anyway, thinking of it like that helps. Folks here in Trist are the same as you. They've been in this way for quite a while. Somehow, being alike, we can see each other and talk amongst ourselves. Though out in the world, we remain unnoticed. Weird, isn't it? And it's not limited to people. Places go unnoticed as well. When I first found myself in this state, I totally panicked. And without thinking about it, I found myself in places I'd never before seen. This was one of them. My symptoms were mild, and I eventually recovered. Once in a while, I'd get ignored, or I'd see my own kind. But it was never as bad as that one time. I never thought I'd see this place again, but now I'm here. Thanks to the transverse tunnel you guys opened. Oh, you want to know how to get back? Not so fast. There are things you can do and see only when you're in this state. So enjoy, live it up. Alright, I forgot that's how you got into this mess. Well, it's easy once you know the trick. Well, at least for me it works. It's all about speaking for yourself, breaking into conversations here and there, saying whatever you wish with a confident voice. At first, they might not hear you, but keep going. After many tries, you'll suddenly feel the sensation of passing through a wall. Once you reach that stage, come to me again. Then I'll cast a special spell on you and you'll return to normal. Oh, don't try it with the folks in this town, it's not gonna work. You can't affect the ineffectual, you know? Your symptoms are so advanced that I'll only be able to restore you barely past the borderline. Try interacting in the world again, but this time be strong, otherwise it might happen again. That's about it, good luck. So, you may wonder, is there a message to that? And, at least to me, I think there is. Because it really heavily implies, at the very least, a message about having to stand up for yourself to be noticed in the world at all. Like, it's pushing it a little heavy here by literally making Ari transparent and making people not notice he exists at all. But there's truth to the fact that you have to step up and make people notice you, or it's very easy to just be swept away and left in the background. Lord knows I spent a long time doing exactly that. Generally, music is heard all the time, however, the voices are not heard at all. It says Central Theater, the door's closed. Hi there. So you were kicked out of the world? Or did you choose to come here freely? It bothers me. Is there really an inside or outside to a natural world? By what standards does nature measure its inhabitants? I suspect that someone's changed the world into an inside world and an outside world. That someone divided reality to his own advantage. You might be right about that. No one and nothing is there. Yeah, they split it as if it's magic here. But really, the big thing here is this is a kind of a turning point for Ari here. Where Ari has hit a breaking point where he needs to stand up for himself or he'll be like this forever. Hi, did you know? There's a girl who's been here for a long time. She's even deeper into this than we are. Always crying and wanting to go back. She seems to be able to see the world from here. She says a girl just like her is there and she sees what this girl sees. Lately, she hasn't been able to see anything and she's crying. Well, that sounds odd, doesn't it? Someone who's here and there at the same time. What is it to be a ghost? Are you a ghost because you scare people? Ever just what, Hi Dom? I just many things, sometimes. Then what am I exactly? Blah, blah, blah. Well, he sure was on about something. Oh, you don't have to be scared of me. I don't want any trouble with you. Years and years of being ignored by humans and other ghosts. Empty. So empty. Answer there either. Oh, cutscene. Ari, where is Ari? Where's Ari gone to? Somebody remembers we exist. Here I am. Where is Ari? I'm here. This is where I really am. Well, that's weird. Somebody that knows who we are, but is really here. Somehow people like us cannot walk down this road. Once I saw a blonde, weirdly dressed person go through here, floating in the air. Ari, it is another mark of our condition. I'm sorry, but I don't think you can pass here. Ari, you should first consider returning to your people in the normal world. That's okay, even if you do, the gate will remain open for you, Ari. Yeah, they're not kidding. We are repelled from going through that path. We're not ready for that yet. And you see why I say that this is representing a turning point for Ari here. One could say that that's a breakthrough for him to make it through that pathway. For all we know, this place doesn't even really exist. And that's why no one else was allowed to go here. And we could only exist here in this state. Mr. Big Ink building. So Mr. Big Ink has a branch here too. What do you know? It's almost like that bunch is everywhere. But yeah, the Ringmaster wasn't kidding. We need to actually go forth and make ourselves known so that we can break out of this. Now, how do we make ourselves known, you might be wondering? Well, in some ways, you might actually have to push the edges of making a nuisance of yourself. You have to just put yourself out there, make people notice that you are there. Be that interrupting people a little bit here and there. Talking, and just so your point gets out. Obviously, nothing quite so heavy-handed as that, but that's how we're gonna have to roll it here. Now, the question becomes, whose conversations are we supposed to interfere with in order to make sure that we're noticed? Now, that part I don't remember. And that's why I said this was gonna be tricky. Because there was probably gonna be a lot of running around and a lot of talking to people to try to get things to happen here. Does the store carry all that stuff? They didn't acknowledge me. So yeah, anytime you see people talking, you can kind of chime in, and eventually somebody will notice. Did that actually happen? Rosalind, the great hero, she came here chasing after it. Like, we just have to keep interjecting in the hopes that somebody acknowledges that we are. Like, not even that we are there, but that we exist at all. And I don't think there's enough people in here that we will be able to interfere with any conversations. Yeah, somebody's still sitting in there sick. she's not here, so maybe they are both in the same room, so maybe they are talking, and maybe we will be able to pipe up and potentially get noticed. No, nobody's here at all. The elder's gone, his daughter's gone. Who knows where they ran off to? Presumably there's still nobody in the bar, so that's probably still a dead end. We could try going to Ari's house, because his grandmother might hear him, considering she remembers Ari exists at all. Now, whether that works out in our favor at all or not, only one way to find out, really. Oh yeah, let's check the graveyard. Just as a curiosity. Now, the same graves are still here. They're all the same. Of course, it would be a very different situation if they were treating Ari as if he was dead. And that's why I was curious to see if there was a grave for Ari there. But since everybody's treating him as if they never knew Ari existed at all, that doesn't make sense. Okay, no, we can't interject between those two, and everybody else was individual around here. So unless they're talking to themselves, we wouldn't be able to interject in that conversation. So I guess it's off to a different location to try to get attention. Now, there were a few people talking in Madril. We might be able to interject into some of that. I don't remember any of the layout of anything that was happening in the sea town whose name I keep forgetting. But if we don't manage to make ourselves noticeable enough in Madril, we'll head over there too. Just in case. There's enough people that it should be able to be a thing. Keyword, of course, being should. It is weird that I just teleported down to the other end of this map when I can just walk here now because literally no ghosts or anything notice we exist. Which it would be a weird situation, wouldn't it, to just still exist, but to the perspective of literally anyone and anything other than yourself not exist. Oh, there's the princess and her guardian. That might be somebody who we might be able to get the attention of. Linda is not going to notice we exist right now. But the princess is a potential. Since she knew us before, question becomes, where is she? She's in here somewhere. But where in here? That's a whole other question. Aha! So, are you ready, Marlene? Soon Rosalind the Great Hero will make her move after requiring the final power. We should get going now so we can join the Great Hero. She will fight the Great Evil King for you despite injuries. What do you think? Isn't this a fun adventure? What's the matter, Marlene, sweetheart? This is not fun. What did you say, dear? This is not fun. I know that I know of an adventure that was much, much more fun. But I cannot remember what it was like. Really fun. The hero that saved me was not just any undefeated hero when I was on that adventure. I want to go on that adventure again. Why can't we do that? No, we can't. Not that, Marlene. I want to at least be able to remember. What was so fun about that adventure that I keep thinking about it? I can't even remember anything clearly. Something is wrong. I assumed everything was back on the right track, after the boy fortunately disappeared from the world. Oh, so you're responsible for it. Or at least you're connected with it. This girl still retains the memory of that brief adventure. Could it be that the boy has not completely disappeared, or could it be something else? Well, one of the positives of nobody noticing we exist is we can be a fly on the wall for conversations like that. And finding out this was quite the plot against us to make us not exist anymore, to get the princess back on the track they wanted her to be on. Really to get all the players in this little scenario to be back on track, probably. Question is, though, why? Stand the fearful great evil king. Ah, watch me, I'll knock him, I'll kick him silly in no time. Great, why don't you just go do it? Just do it. What are you waiting for? I'm sorry, I guess I can't. Stand the fearful great evil king? Nope, they didn't hear me either. It's hard to take Stan seriously as a threat, though, with everything we know about him, huh? All those times he got upset about being ignored. All those times the villagers of Tenel thought he was a joke. No, none of you are chatting, so probably can't learn anything from you. Still, we were chasing the right idea coming here. Ah, this might be something I can interfere in. Tisk tisk sigh. This place. Hey, did you know a great evil king named Stan is coming to conquer our world? Stan, an evil king? Yes, that's what I hear. What a frightful thing. You hear this great evil king smiles as he does evil. Smiling, yeah. Doing evil, not really. But everything will be okay. A hero for justice is on our way to deal with the evil king. The great hero Rosalind will indeed wipe out the fear of the great evil king from the face of the earth. And she's beautiful. On our way to where? Notice that conversation continued, though. That was more than we had from them before. So I wonder, if I answer differently, do I get further along in that conversation? Yep, that didn't go anywhere either. Nope, they want nothing to do with furthering that conversation. I'm assuming I can't shop right now outside of interest. No, the peddler's just not even here. Okay. And the regular shop is not going to be of any value to us because we left the equipment from that behind after the first fight, pretty much. Going down in the sewers wouldn't avail us of anything. I'm trying to think, what else would even help us here? Nope, there's people talking in the gear place. Come now, don't you get it? Listen, the reason why the material needs to be soft for this gear is, I guess, gear love. Nope, I figured throwing their catchphrase at them might get their attention. So what's the answer? Where does love lead? The gear. Good. What's the most adorable flower in the world? The gear. Gear love. Good. What are the great evil king and the great hero? They're just the gears of the world. Why, did you just say just gears? Yeah. Hello? Well, we got further. Because they responded, in theory, to us. Obviously, there's no guarantee that they were reacting to us in that conversation, because that could easily have just been a continuation of the conversation they were having. But we can at least build confidence and convince ourselves that they were talking in response to what we had to say. Which that is, to a certain degree, something you may have to do sometimes. Just convince yourself of things instead of struggling with the things as badly. Obviously, you don't want that to be your only answer. But sometimes it can be something to push you past a ledge a little bit. Wow, hey, did you just see that? I can't believe that was real. It was absolutely incredible. What, you don't know what I'm talking about? You mean you didn't see it? Man, that's a shame. You didn't see that? Jeez. That's okay. Ask me if I care. I'm just an unlucky man. I'm used to missing out on things. I missed it too. What is it? Hey, tell me what the thing was. I want to see the thing. Locked. How about this one? Oh. The great hero. Who is this Rosalind, the hero that everyone's talking about? The one who has earned such a title and respect in this world. The phrase great hero makes me imagine a very intense image. A Spartan, hot-blooded, enthusiastic inquirer of the world's amazing lives on a mission. My pursuit of the great hero will in turn lead to our opponent, the great evil king, and a great pageant of ideas will unfold. Thus, to pioneer the way of the true study of ghosts, I must seek her out and follow her, even if she does not want me. But if I were to go on a journey to find the great hero right now, it would be amateurish. The journey is doomed to fail. Remember, she's a great hero on a journey. What would happen if I also went on a journey? Certainly not a rendezvous. Thus, the best course is to sit and wait for the closest encounter with the traveling great hero. That is my approach. I am ready. Come to me anytime, Rosalind the great hero. I will examine you to your very essence. You'll notice it's the narrative here is changing. They were all together when they forgot about us, but they're forgetting more. It's like they're being pushed into roles of sorts instead of being who they were before we disappeared. Weird, isn't it? It finally emerges as the greatest threat to the world, the great evil king. In this urgent situation, our railroad represents what, huh? I just heard the president's address a moment ago, too. You forget everything. Yeah, I don't think he would be useful as somebody to remember we exist, because he doesn't remember his own dialogue, let alone anything else. You won't be useful to me either. Yeah, the thing we're gonna run into with this sequence here is I have to talk to the right people, I think. Or at the very least, the right amount of people. Okay, so that guy's another member of the crypto organization, which means I probably need to talk to him about the cipher we have right now. I'm pretty sure that's all you have to do for those ciphers, is you just have to go find the next member of the organization. And now that we've found 2 of them, we can probably further that side quest once we're visible. I'll be the first to say I don't actually know if that accomplishes much. Because I remember being shown what that did, but I don't remember. No, you get ignored a lot. It's the great evil king, I'm scared. What should I do? I think I'm gonna go ask Maggie. Why is everybody afraid of Stan? Like, Stan's not really that scary, but we also saw a side of Stan that most people didn't see. We saw him not being very effective most of the time. Whereas if everybody's heard of Stan as this great, evil, powerful thing, they would be more impressed with him. So that's the great hero. Wasn't the great hero? Man, she's cool. What was that? Who does that so-called Rosalind the great hero think she is? She not only barged into our house unannounced, she went through everything in it. Who does she think she is? Huh. She did run into a lot of people's houses, yeah. Found my secret savings and took them with her. If she needed them to defeat the great evil king. Secret savings? Honey, what's this all about? It's like, yup, yikes. Stop it, Mom. The neighbors can hear you. It's embarrassing. I'm right here too, you know. No? Nope. So many things we're learning about the people around us just because they're talking as if we aren't there. But it looks like we may not be getting anywhere here. But maybe the Heroes Organization has something for us. Maybe Rosalind's here. This is a conversation to butt in on. Incidents, accidents, commotions, emotions, but it's so quiet here in the town hall. I think it's refreshing. Don't be silly, mister. According to my information, if Stan the Great Evil King came and executed some of his magic, we'd all be burnt to a crisp. Stan can do that? Since when? Since when could he just burn people to the crisp? Why didn't he do that earlier? There he is sleeping again. Wake up, please. And another classification table's arrived. It has the name of the Great Evil King and the Great Hero. Wake up, I beg you. Can I see the table? Nope. So remember, we were already on our way out of being noticed before. Is ever since Stan took over our shadow, we were not on the classification table anymore. Remember, we were told that after our first adventure with Stan. We had asked the lady back in Tennel about the classification table, and we just weren't on it. At all. So perhaps Stan riding around in our shadow is part of what caused our shadow to wear so thin. Is we were already overshadowed to begin with, so obviously letting someone continue to overshadow us further and further would help such a transition like what we've went through happen. I guess there's not much else left here for us. It's off to the third town in the hopes of getting people to notice us. Though, since I had some green text dialogues popping up with individual people, I may have missed some back in other places. So if we don't manage to make it work by running through the port town, we may have to run all the way back around again. And that's kind of the downside of a segment like this. As interesting an idea as it is to have you be in this weird, like, invisible state. And having to unpack all of what that means, is you can end up with a situation like what we have right now, where you're just running around trying to find what you're supposed to be doing. Bit of a double-edged sword, you know? So it ends up depending on how long a narrative like this stays interesting to you, how long a segment like this can stay for you. Maybe if we waded out into the water, the shark would notice we exist. Admittedly, it would probably notice we exist by eating us, so maybe that's not very effective. At least there's nobody here to knock us over when we're trying to cross the bridge this time. Another raid, eh? Thank you, Euro, for the raid. What were we up to today? I think it was Zero Time Dilemma today, right? Hopefully that went well for you. And welcome everybody to a very interesting sequence of events where we are currently invisible. We have been made to cease to exist in the minds and eyes of everyone in the world. So, yeah, and our entire party forgot we exist as well. Yeah, no demos today because I wanted to continue this, and with when the demos were going to be made available, I would have had an hour to prepare before stream time. So it would have been rather awkward. I'm glad the great hero Azali came, but the world's in so much in turmoil that the hotel's now only for heroes. Where are the other heroes? Completely ignored, reluctantly filled in the book. Well done on getting through 2 endings of Zero Time Dilemma. I would assume it took a while to get through both of them. Or is that one of those ones where you can actually, like, easily go from one save to another to get one ending after the other? I'm no good. I'm a sad, uncool, unpopular loser. I have to become a man more suitable to her tastes. Is there anyone who can help me? Well, the invisible man who no one can talk to probably isn't a good one for you to be working with there, bud. Ah, okay. Yeah, because I had always heard about that game, but I have, like, no experience with it to work off of. Ah, okay, it's one of those then. Okay. Now I'm starting to get a picture. Yo, kiddo, why don't you learn fishing? Fishing's great, it relaxes the mind. What is this person talking about? We never know where or when a ghost or an evil king will pop up. I definitely know the feeling on that line of thought. Yeah, you want to love it and hate it at the same time. Because I presume it's also constantly throwing curveballs at you. Master, we're running out of ingredients. What are we going to do? The great hero chased away the evil king from the aquatic ruins. The fishermen are working again. Are there still ghosts? Guess they want to talk to me about that. I am a woman of K, a woman of a painful past and pathos. Don't ask me what K is. It's too sad to tell. Excuse me, is anyone listening? I'm listening. And you don't care that I'm listening. The segment we're in right now can be a very intense segment for people. Just because it really can tug at the whole fear of being ignored and everything that some people can experience, myself included. I have definitely gone through the fear of being ignored. It seems that fighting between heroes and evil kings is getting harder. I wonder if I can relax and go fishing anymore. I'm interested only in the lighthouse. When the evil king comes, I'll protect the lighthouse. Everybody really is scared of Stan, huh? Stan really isn't that impressive, though. Hey, boatman, you took heroes on your boat, right? Took them out to the aquatic ruins on your boat? How was she? How was she? The hero? Hey, young lady. The great hero Rosalie was very cool. All we could do was wait outside while she was fighting in the ruins, though. The great hero who chased away the hateful great evil king was beaten, but she still looked sharp. She promised us that she will defeat the great evil king someday. They really did fight, huh? Now, bear in mind something that's happening here. We know Rosalind's name is Rosalind, but you'll notice as we've been going further off, her name's been shifting. She went from Rosalind to Rosalie. Is the narrative slipping? Is our intervention causing the changes to slide? Or is this just the telephone game gone wrong a little bit? And word of mouth gets it wrong a little bit. I thought the hero went into the aquatic ruins and never came back. But what I heard was there was a great evil king and they were fighting. The great evil king was gonna do some fishy rituals in the ruins, and the great hero stopped it, I heard. Then the great evil king's ritual was interrupted and he ended up retiring. Well, you know, the hero's totally cool, right? Yes, I know about it. The two big-name celebs all came all the way to such a small town. Well, town was alright, so that everything's alright. I'm not interested, though. He really did fight, huh? I mean, that's also true. She could be changing her name. Why would she do that when she's had that name for so long? I guess it's a way of separating from the time when she was the pink-shadowed laughingstock of the Hero League. Which that might not even be true anymore. That part of the narrative may have changed, too. Ah, of course. Becoming famous so you change your name. And becoming the artist formerly known as Rosalind, I understand. That fishing rod and bobber are still there. Nothing happened with it. You have to act firmer. A great evil king appears, villages are in turmoil, it must be the end of the world. The world is dying and us, the ordinary soldiers, cannot do anything about it. The world's gonna end like this. I thought you were some kind of hero. What are you talking about? Be a man. If you think you're a soldier, why don't you go join the heroes and go fight? No kidding, me? You can say such a thing because you've never seen soldiers after a fight. There's not one bit of glory being destroyed. You cannot imagine the kind of fighting they've been through. And yet here you are standing with a weapon and armor pretending like you're useful. To put a bit of perspective on what's happening here for those who've come in from the raid and everything, we were told by this strange ringmaster who we've been running into now and then in many places that if we interject in enough conversations and make ourselves a little bit more noticeable, he can help bring us back into reality and actually bring us back to being visible to the rest of the world. And the terrible, great evil king is here. If anything happens to the people, they'll question my leadership. You're worried about the election? You really are a mayor, aren't you? Just give him a boot in the ass. Now, maybe, just maybe, we've interjected it enough, but I seem to recall that you're supposed to notice that people start reacting to you talking more as you do this. Well, we've run through all 3 towns and talked to a bunch of people. Let's see if the ringmaster feels we're up to being returned yet. Because we still have the mystery of the woman's voice we heard in Trist saying she was always there, but she can also see out in the world at the same time. Like, she's there and not there at the same time. Which pertains, potentially, to something we heard about somebody that was in our group for a while. But I'm gonna leave that up in the air to see whether anybody remembers that enough to know the answer to what I'm hinting at there, rather than just giving it away. Yeah, I want to go here because we need to go to Trist to talk to the ringmaster. I needed to remember where the ringmaster was for a second. His brain went, oh yeah, he's at the circus. No, he isn't. He is once again away from doing his job. Now, that starts to make it make sense, though, why the ringmaster disappeared so often. Perhaps he didn't actually disappear off to do other things, but all the people working with him just forgot he was there. Because he had mentioned that he went through the same thing we are right now, being overshadowed and forgotten, which is how he's able to help us. Now, he could be playing us. He could absolutely just be fucking with us the entire time here. Hey kid, you still want something from me? You did get my point, right? Yeah, more or less. Oh, I can understand that. I don't fully get the point myself. Anyway, good luck to you, kid. Okay, so we have not made ourselves noticeable enough yet. Maybe if we get a nice big hat. People notice hats. They think you're irresponsible for things when you wear the right hat. Maybe if we just get like a nice big hat with a nice big annoying feather in it, and we just make sure to keep bumping the feather into people constantly, so that he just keeps sneezing. Maybe then people will notice we're there. Or we just like get a boombox and just start walking around playing really loud annoying music. But we just have to make sure it's bad music. It can't be good music because people will just start to roll with that. We need it to be annoying, so that they notice that we're there and are fixated on making us not be there anymore. Alright, let's go back through this again, since apparently I missed talking to the right amount of people, or even the right people, potentially. Because I presume it has to be specific people. So let's go back to the family first. Because the family would presumably still be a good place to drive a wedge in the fact that we're forgotten. Even though they ignored Ari just as much as the rest of the world for the most part. Like, my ideal thought was chasing down our party members. Which, admittedly, the only ones we found were Kissling and the Princess, which Kissling is questionably present on the best of days. Well, I have to get her... I have to have her get bread. Where is Annie? 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 I'm here. Annie? Oh, Annie. She should know she's the only one who's got time to do this. Where's she hiding? More proof that we've been forgotten, which is not great. Because ordinarily, when Ari was not forgotten, it was Ari's responsibility to go get the bread. But we know Annie's just hiding in the supposedly vacant room that used to be our room. We had spoken to her before, but maybe we can push things along here. Nope. Oh, wait. She's right here. Nope. I think we didn't have that interaction before, so maybe there is progress being made. But only just maybe. Where is Ari's dad? So I think we checked on him before too already. And he was just completely off in his own world, as is fairly common for him. Yeah, it started with your bottle. Wow, maybe I can get a bunch of interesting artifacts in the confusion. Wow, I'll bet I can even get something better than the bottle. See, he does realize, like, that is more dialogue than he had before. After we spoke, he had more dialogue. So perhaps we're starting to drive a wedge in things here a little bit. That is a perspective we can look at this from. Have we been forgotten, or has the way things are working been rewritten around us to just sidestep the fact that we're here? And I don't know if what I'm talking about makes sense, but the trick to something like that would be the classic, all the world's a stage and everyone is a player. Their scripts have been rewritten such that they don't acknowledge Ari's character as present. And they're forced to follow their scripts to the letter. I don't know if that makes sense. But it does kind of line up with the puppet vibes I was talking about before, with how people jump around in the battlefield, and even just how people look and move in this game. They're very puppet-like. Oh, these two are talking. Business is so slow these days, isn't it, boss? Isn't there anyone out there who'll let me put my weapon-making skill to use? Like that hero, for example. You have some great weapon in mind? My boss, the great hero Rosalind, caused a huge sensation just the other day when she came here. Well, what? Really? Here? She's already left, though, boss. The whole world will pass you by if you stay here hammering all day. Still, that's another dialogue. We did not get that one before. I didn't even think to look in the blacksmith because I forgot that the blacksmith and his assistant are both in there all the time. Maybe the bakery lady will have something for us. Or her husband. Oh, wait. Oh, honey, isn't it time for Annie to come pick up a loaf soon? That's right, they always send Annie right around this time. No, I used to do it. Wait. We exist! Aha! We have driven enough of a hole in the narrative. We've done it! We have regained solid form. We have become existent. And now I'm gonna make it their problem that I exist. I'm off to conquer the world. We still don't have a Stan button anymore, though. Stan is still not here. So we lost him somewhere still. That's a whole other mystery to solve. True. If our clothing had existed separately from us, that would have made things very complicated. Go ahead and save the fact that we are real again. I'm a real boy! And my nose doesn't even grow when I lie to people. What do you know? What a time to be alive. Let me in. I exist more now, but let me in anyway. I've got a ringmaster to yell at. Here's the thing. Notice we became more solid without his intervention. His intervention guided us on the path, but he didn't have to do anything to make us real. No, it's you. Let's see. Yep, looking good. You can go back soon. You've done a good job. Okay, then why don't I help you return with my spell? Ready? Oh, just a minute. Would you mind an audience? I just want other folks here to know that, that even though we've slipped out of the world, we can still go back if we try enough. It's okay with you, right? I'll be right with you after I gather the folks that are in sight. Leave it to a circus ringmaster to want an audience for everything he does, huh? Okay, I'm ready to start. Step right up, folks. Watch closely. This kid here made an effort to speak for himself out in the world. And now, after one spell of mine, he'll be back to normal. You can do the same. You can try to return to the world if you try like this kid did. I hope you folks get inspired by watching this kid go back. Okay, kid, ready? Keep your mind calm. It's a good idea if you imagine the face of the first person you want to talk to. Here goes. You did something. Done. How is it? So you finally made it here, Hero Roslyn, and you've even acquired the legendary hero sword. There's only one thing left to do. It's only fair to fight it out with you using all my strength. It would be the most courteous thing to do. Stan, what the hell are you on about? Courtesy, huh? Oh, hi there, Slave Ari, it's you. Where have you been all this time? I was just about this disgusting hero here. Hero, huh? It's that Shadow Chief is here. Then you're all set. Congratulations. I'm solid again. Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but that's okay. Shall we go on then? Slave Ari, let us continue our journey to restore my evil power. What is this place anyway? I've never seen this town before. What's the circus man doing here? What was all these loud mischief makers gone to? I guess the Shadow Chief can only see you and me. He can't see those folks around us. Huh? What are you saying? And who's this suspicious man? You don't have to worry. I'm sure the kid will tell you all about it afterwards. So it is, in this forgotten clime, thou hast hid thyself all this time. What, you? Circus Evil King, thy kind in a world like this, I never thought I doth find. You ignore me? Circus Evil King. Circus Evil King, why is it thy classification dost thou deny? Were you not entrusted with the Evil King in the sewer to revive? And have it fight against the great heroes so the scenario could be rectified? Not only did you fail in that, but our advantage you spurn. For the boy vanishes from the world, but you help him return. The world was supposed to forget about the boy, and thus a restoration earn. From the beginning against us thou hast proceeded to act. So many Mappo Evil Kings you gave out, why? One cannot keep track. And your circus troopers are mere humans, not even evil ones, in fact. We only have worth because of the rules assigned by that man. Think before thy ruin his plan. You think about that, Phantom Evil King. What you do is contrary to your classification most of the time, too. Hey, I'm not telling you to ignore me, huh? You saying you're an Evil King, too, you plain old man? Listen, Chief, you too, Phantom Evil King. I'm not an Evil King anymore. I gave all my magic power to that mouse ghost down in the sewer. That mouse has long since been defeated and the power's back where it belongs, inside the Shadow Evil King. The mouse is now just a lowly ghost troop. Acting contrary to classification is easy. Besides, the others were doing it too. Trouble upon thyself doth bring, if the man doth learn anything. You may be right in some sense. You're very clever deceiving. I'll be alright. He's only for that young lady these days, for a long time now. They very well might have. This game has hit a lot of people, a lot more than I realized at first. Ah, so it is then. Fortune smile on thee, old friend. Finally, it's over. I feel like I'm gonna spontaneously combust when he starts spouting off. So, Phantom Evil King, since you call yourself that, give me back my malevolent powers right now. And he's gone. What? Hey! He's got away, Chief. I'll vanish too, now that he's found me. I'd better hide again. Too bad the troopers have to do without me. Shadow Evil King and you, kid. Probably want to hear more from me, but I just can't talk right now. Sorry, don't know if we'll meet again, but till then, bye. Hey, he's going off too. He's suspicious. Go after him, slave. Gotta get at him to tell us everything. Hey, slave, what are you doing? I'm telling you to go after him. Go. Ah, he's gone, you lousy save. I know exactly what you're thinking. You want to get back with that loud hero lady, that scholar, and that ex-evil king, right? To me, they're just too much of a hassle to have around, but do as you wish. What? What the? Hey, slave, there's something to appear in your hand. What is that? Ari has a friendship bond in his hand. What is that? A tool of some sort? Why suddenly did that? This is worth investigation. Take note of the slave. Keep moving. You don't want to stay here. We got Stan back. Hooray, I guess. You know, it was a lot quieter without him behind us constantly, huh? Huh? Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ari! Hey, where have you been? Or maybe I've been somewhere? You know, I was just at my summer home. It was fine. It was a great vacation away from all of you. I thought we were on a journey to punish... Oh, you know what? It's that. Great Evil King Stan, isn't it? Huh? Hey there, Kefka. Thank you. We've been really having a ride today. We just went through the whole sequence to get Ari back to existing. And we had quite the adventure down in the secondary part of the sewers because I kind of spaced out a bit and we went in circles a lot. But it's otherwise been going really well. Hopefully you're doing well today. What are you talking about? Huh? Oh, that's right. When I look around, other people are gone too. I wonder why. Anyway, let's at least look for Mr. Kissling. The other two, do we have to look for them? Okay, good. At least I'm not the only one that did not particularly care for the sewers. I may or may not have gone on a tirade about the puzzle down there being very arbitrary and mostly pointless. Yum. Oh, there's Big Bull. Yeah, exactly. Yo, Ari, Brother Stan, Sister Rosalind, I've been looking for you. You guys disappeared before I knew what was going on. I thought something bad happened. Us? What about you? You vanished too. Anyway, I'm glad I found you. Well, that was easy. Big Bull, being the treasure that he is, just didn't really understand what was happening, so he couldn't really be affected. Oh, there's Kissling. Where we found him before. Well, everybody. I don't know how you've been, but it's nice to see you all again, both Miss Rosalind and Mr. Stan. Well, I believe the world is deteriorating into chaos. It's probably due to the Great Evil King or something. It could just be my imagination, but that's the impression I'm getting. Well, everyone, shall we go? Yes, I agree with you, right? Yeah, I think so too, right? Yeah, exactly. He's wholesome in that way most people that are just kind of not really there entirely. You know, he just doesn't understand anything that's happening, but he's energetic and he's here for it no matter what's happening and no matter how much of it he understands. there's Linda. Eek, Stan, darling, where you been? Linda missed you. Regrettably, where does not matter. I fear it is far worse than who disappeared where. There's something unnatural that has its hands in all of this. You feel it too, Linda? I feel what? Does this seem right to you? The way the great evil king rose up, or the fact that there was only one hero and it's me? I don't know. What about it? Whatever. Similar case of doesn't really entirely get what's going on, but is happy to be here. The only one left is the princess. We have to find her as soon as possible. If the servant guy finds out we lost her, if he finds out it'd be the end for you, which I wouldn't mind that much. Let's just go. Hold on. We didn't look in Tennel, right? Maybe we'll find her on the way.
The boy and his friends venture off yet again in search of the princess.
Well, we last saw her here with the butler, who was incredibly suspicious considering he knew what happened to us. But you know, it's always the butler that did it. There he is. Suspicious man himself. And that wretched boy seems to be back in the world again. Marlene will now remember the adventure. As soon as she remembers, she will try to... Marlene, I guess after all, she is... Where is she? The house of the boy again? If she headed there, then she will know the reason why. Yeah, he really does just kind of pop in sometimes of like, hey, something weird's going on. But he kind of gets pushed to the side by the rest of the cast when he does that a little bit because of the fact that every other thing he says is kind of crazy. And I feel like that's kind of the point, is because somebody that's designed as a bit of a crazier character is much more free to kind of nudge the fourth wall a bit as well, and nobody will really have to acknowledge it. Because he's kind of there also nudging the player along a bit in places. Like, hey, maybe we should be doing this, or maybe we should pay attention to that. Oh, hey, the stones don't work anymore. Isn't that weird? Now that we are visible and attackable again. It's almost like we're gonna have work to do on our way back to town and they don't want us teleporting past it. I think it's that kind of, like, duality to Kisling's usage in this game that helps me enjoy him rather than him being pure comic relief the entire time. Because if he was just, like, goofy nonsense all the time, he would probably get tiresome. But I would say he's handled reasonably well in this game. Most of the characters are honestly handled pretty well. Like, some of them lean into their bit a little too much at times, but other than that, it's not too bad. I'm a mysterious woman. I prefer cocktails over wine, and I have a woeful fate living in the past rather than the future. Now, tremendous forces challenge each other. Who will win the victory in the end? Betrayal is a woman's jewelry. The scar on my heart was due to a man. No, don't go. It's dangerous. You're going anyway, aren't you? Oh, no. Yep, gotta go fight the fight. Gotta go do the thing. Oh no, I'm getting surprised attacked by baby enemies. Whatever am I going to do? Yeah, no, there's some very neat designs in this game. I can't really say any of the monsters in this world are actually threatening looking. They're all very silly. Well, almost all of them are very silly. There's a couple that I can think of that are less whimsical than others. And I'll leave it at that. Because there's one or two that we haven't seen yet that fall under that heading. Which is why I won't really lean into that thought entirely. It all kind of fits together yet again with the whole puppet thing I was talking about. Yeah, I know. You want me to let fly a whole thing again. None of these really strike me as a roar there, Stan. You cemetery workers without wings. None of this works. None of this would have worked for any of the way these lines were going. Do cemetery workers without wings have exact change? I don't know. I just don't know about you, Slave. But I'll tell you who to give them your best insult and you go and pick them flowers. And she'll ponder your education. You just go ahead and fight alone. I still don't think I've succeeded in any of those sequences. I'm pretty sure I've given him a bad answer every time. But honestly, sometimes it's more fun to disappoint Stan, just to see what his response is. It kind of falls under that defy expectations thing. Oh, we're almost to Tennel. And then we'll find out if the princess is there and figure out where we're going from there. Just get around you because there's no point in fighting you. Dang it. Couldn't sidestep them fast enough. Rogue. In case people are wondering why these really don't matter at all, these are the enemies you fought at the literal beginning of the game. They have not scaled in any way, shape, or form, so they are completely irrelevant. They weren't even a threat when you encounter them at the beginning of the game. You would probably have to spend a good 30 turns standing there doing nothing for them to even put you to half health at this stage of things. I'm not even sure if they do more than 1 damage at this point. Well, we're here. We might as well drop by Ari's house before we visit Tennel. Princess said that place is cozy. Perhaps she's there again. Whatever, just hurry up. I have to find additional power and look for that so-called old Phantom Evil King. If the gate beyond the transverse tunnel is accessible, we can't waste time. My dark power won't be kept waiting. We have to enter it as soon as possible. I agree with Doc. I think she could have gone back too. That is if she went back alone. Went back where? Like, well, where? Like a castle or something. I can't answer or when I'm asked where it is located. It's pathetic that this hero is so hesitant to do her duty. Isn't danger an occupational hazard? There's no more hazardous than cutting off the blood to your brain. Shut up. What about you? Are you really an evil king? You can't even attack a castle. Well, anyways, the location of the castle changes over time. I only need to know the location of the castle when my power is fully restored. You always want to have the last word. Excuse me, sister. I think we should get moving instead of hanging out here. Yes, we should, indeed. Come on, let's go. Oh no. Huh? Did you hear something? Stupid low voices. Slave Ari, it's your father. What's going on? Let's go, Ari. Big bowl, please. That was a sign. But I presume the princess is in danger, considering, you know, the screaming and everything. Certainly seems likely to be a problem. Oh, he got here ahead of us. What? Hello? Princess, what happened? Ari, I can't breathe. Help! Well, this certainly looks interesting. Oh, Ari, Rosalind, you came just in time. That man... This isn't good at all, but some interesting findings may come out of all this commotion. Honey, what are you talking about? This is horrible. Someone please do something. The princess is... You came, huh? What timing? Is this the power of classification that makes a hero be a hero? What a bother. What are you talking about? Looks like she's in trouble. Bad trouble. Oh my god, what an evil meanie making a girl suffer like that. Leave Marlene alone. Are you insane? You're the princess's steward, aren't you? Are you trying to kill her? No need to worry. That girl is not my lady. Besides, she won't die like a regular human. What is this man talking about, anyway? Anyway, I'm here to talk about Marlene. Could you leave us alone? Alone? Are you? Marlene, I have done everything for you, remember? In the perfect world I created, I have let you play in a variety of rules. That's why why won't you live up to my expectations? What was that? The world you created? Yes, it is, outsiders. This small world was separated by me from the universe by the power of classification. And you too were let live in this small world with the power of classification. I played the roles that I gave you. It was all for my dearest daughter Marlene, to enjoy her eternal life without boredom. It was... What is classification to begin with? What are heroes, evil kings, and ghosts? You have never thought about it, have you? You cannot. You are classified as naive residents who don't think intelligently. However, for some reason, over time, occasionally deviants appear, and one of them is now in front of me. Oh, Ari, help, Ari. Leave her out of this. It is, after all, due to a mere doll, no matter how strongly classified. It cannot replace my daughter who disappeared in this world. Then, damn this. Of course, he's more than he appeared to be. Oh, he's extracting a shiny thing. And he exploded it. Well, that's probably not great. Huh. Well, that was rude. Oh, wow, she lost color. She's just turned brown for some reason. Oh, no. No. A doll? How? What, a doll? What is this rubbish? Did you replace her with an imposter? It is not that. It is this Marlene who appeared in front of you and joined your journey. Are you surprised? You said she replaces your daughter who disappeared? Indeed. I don't even remember how long ago Marlene was playing in this world and disappeared due to an accident. In this world, no matter what happens, she won't die. And in my world, she is absolutely protected. Regardless of that, no matter how hard I looked for her in this world, I couldn't find her. She must be somewhere. Thus Ari, a deviant in my world. It is the fault of your kind of people. If there's no deviants like you, everything would go smoothly. I cannot let your kind of peoples live. I will classify the remaining evil kings with maximum power and send them to you. With the power of my world library, and I will live happily ever after with the new Marlene. The remaining evil king is not you, the reincarnation of Goma. You are not an evil king by any means, haunting a deviant and being decent like that. The evil king has to be evil and strong and defeated only by the one who's desired by Marlene. Just you wait. Just you wait. Well, this just got really complicated suddenly, didn't it? The music box, though. The music box. It's still here. But we have a clue. We have a very important clue to pursue here. Ahem, what's happened here? You all look as pale and drawn as midnight ghouls. Not that I don't like it. What kind of look is that? You too, hero parasol woman. Are you trying to get my attention? Flattering, really it is. Why is this happening? What the heck was that? Strange and interesting. What happened was very odd, but at the same time it may be extremely important to us. Still, I don't understand the situation completely, but I'm starting to get ideas. We have to think. We must hypothesize a hypotenuse, thereby calculating the angle of attack. You mostly have the right idea there, Kissling. You chose some extra interesting words, but you have mostly the right theory there. That below guy is a knucklehead. His unreasonableness is not normal, even for me, a former evil king. I totally agree. Moreover, he's on a level above my darling Stan. It makes me puke. I want to squeeze him till he's turns red, then blue, then purple, then... Oh, you get the idea. Miss Rosalind, you seem to be a bit carried away on your mission. You may want to stop and consider your prospects. Oh, you're unusually serious now. It's not like you, clown scholar. Please, this is serious, King Stan. What does it mean? Was this world made by such a man? The classification list gives roles, and we just play the role without knowing and are made to dance to his tune? Thinking of that, there's so many strange things. The princess only has a few soldiers in Billone. What's she going on about? All that chatter's getting us nowhere. I understand that if the princess is the lead character, then she's protected while in the world, but the lead was a mere doll? Why is that? She's a doll? It cannot be. It cannot be true. She had such nerve, was high-handed, and such a pretty person. She could be so happy or so jealous, just like a normal girl. It can't be true. What is this? What's going on? So, I'm gonna lay out a few things for y'all here that draw this whole thing together. Remember, we were told that the Marlene we met was missing a soul. Bear in mind the puppet-like movements of everything in this world. Bear in mind the classification table that comes out from the royal palace every so often, and how important everybody sees the classification table as. And bear also in mind that Ari was off the classification table after joining with Stan. Just keep all those things in mind as this whole thing unfolds. And yeah, exactly, Kafka. That's what makes the narrative here hit really well, depending on how you look at it. Is it really does have a good message in among the goofery, but the goofery keeps it from being too heavy-handed. What is all this? I have no idea what you people are talking about. That's fine, you don't need to understand. Now, what should we consider? Classification is probably something we should be worried about because the classification system took further hold over everyone once we were out of the picture. Just bear in mind, everybody got shunted into their roles much more heavily once we were made to be forgotten. We are what's altering in the script here, which is why he considers us a deviant and an issue. As soon as we came into the picture, his entire little happy story fell off a cliff. We're like a player in a D&D game deciding to go off script and throw the railroad into an entire disaster. According to Bellone, he created this world for his daughter. The world classified in Bellone's mind has gone even further than classification. The residents, ghosts as well as ourselves. If it's true, then we're all actors, performers playing out their roles. I am playing the role of scholar, and maybe you are playing the role of an ordinary boy. Stan, you're playing an antagonist called the Evil King, and Rosalind, you're playing a righteous hero attempting to defeat him. It is an exciting yet very safe world, full of adventure, ready for a princess to play in. It should have been safe. If the history of evil kings and heroes in this world is the history that he let his daughter play in, and we cannot imagine how long he and his daughter have existed. In this world, indeed, some tiny garden, as Bellone says, created by the power of classification, then if we remove classification from this world, then there may be an entire universe that will reveal itself. Break the script and all will unfold. Yeah, they're still talking about how much of a knucklehead he is. Don't worry, Ari. Everything will be okay. Sorry, Ari, I shouldn't get carried away. Compared to your shock, Ari. Yeah, Ari's probably internally really going through it right now, considering he already had to come back from being forgotten. He had to bring himself back into existence, all to be told that he shouldn't exist and he's a deviant. is like a break in the system. And to find out that the princess he's been spending time with is just a puppet in a far more literal sense than everyone else here is. Even though basically everyone here is a puppet in their own way. I mean, I'm sure it's Ari's first time, but it's also Ari's first time being acknowledged enough for somebody to say that to him too, so... A lot to unpack there, really. A lot to unpack there. Okay, we just have to probably roll through all of these things. So Marlene was indeed a doll. Whatever impressions we had before, we must accept this now. A doll Balloon was controlling with his power. The power of classification, he called it. He said that it works for all of us. Many things make sense when we think about it in terms of the power of classification, like the strange way this world works. We never think too much about it logically. Yeah, Kissling is one of the few people that really did think too much about the way the world works, if you think about it, which is why to everyone else he appeared like he was so unhinged. He's in that rare position of at least seeing past some of the cracks in how things work. We have never questioned it. It seems we only started to realize it, Ari, after we got involved with you. Anyways, as for the princess, the doll which according to Belone was in fact his daughter... Yeah, exactly. He is more with it than everybody else, but by the perspective of those who aren't with it, he seems insane. It's kind of like that whole thing where someone goes so far off to one side that they loop back around. Belone made the doll his daughter so he could let it be free and play as he wanted his real daughter too. The real daughter got lost in this world in the past. It seems strange to go to such great lengths to just let a doll play, but Belone is obsessed. More on the subject, what sort of magic is powerful enough to give a doll life? The powers he used must be something beyond magic. Well, think about this way for a moment, Kissling. If Belone created the world, he would logically have deity-level power in a world of his own creation. Because he has written the rules by which this world works. So if he has written the rules by which this world works, and he is obsessed with his daughter, who may or may not even be alive, he is incredibly dangerous. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, gotta go fight God now. Some would say that's long overdue. Belone claimed that he was the creator of this world. He created this world by separating this world with the power of classification from a larger world. But he lost the real princess, his daughter, in the world he created. We don't know when it happened, though. So when he couldn't find the girl, he made the doll, her replacement. Just so he could delude himself and have his daughter back. And now he blames you who changed the doll daughter and destroyed his illusion. He believes that if only you, who are not under the power of classification, didn't exist, he could gain his life, his illusion back. Yeah, that's more or less it, yeah. Anyway, what should we do now? Belone said that he'd create the Ultimate Evil King and send it after you, Ari. What? Impossible, Ultimate Evil King, I'm the strongest. Well, in any case, whoever the Ultimate Evil King is another issue. I think it is risky to wait for Belone to complete this creature and send it after you. I think we should go and find him before he can finish the thing. The longer we wait, the more time he has to prepare it for us. Now, the hero, Miss Rosalind, the former Evil Kings, and myself are also deviants in this world. Leave it to the scholar to complicate things. In short, we hit him before he hits us. Exactly. To be honest, I don't know if we can find where the new Evil King is before it's completed, though. Sounds good. That pompous Belone angered me so I almost lost my composure. We'll send them both back to the rank putrid pits that spat them out. Go for it. Considering that is a non-spoiler thing, have at it, because that is, I'm assuming, going to be background to what we're dealing with here. So I'm all for that. Pretty gross, but it sounds great. That's the right attitude, King Stan. What do you think, Miss Rosalind? Oh yeah, that's gonna be a good one. Yes, I agree. I don't know how strong the power of the Evil King is, and I am a hero regardless of the classification. I will challenge the Evil King and win by myself. I've always been the Evil King. My greatness defies any classification. I'll pound this new Evil King into fine powder and sweep him under the rug of my restored throne. Then I'll defeat you, blasted hero. Deal. I think the new Evil King is in question and Bologna are on the other side of Trist. Nobody's been over there, right? Fine, we'll search for the enemy there. Anyway, if Princess Marlene is a doll, then where's the real Princess Marlene who disappeared from this world?
And so, the boy and his friends again journey off, heading into the unknown land believed to exist beyond Triste.
I'm just gonna snooze that ad so we can get through this bit here. Okay, didn't go to the chapter thing yet. So, couple things we can immediately go off of here. Remember the gate we couldn't walk through because we didn't exist. Seems likely a place to go. Now, interesting things we learned while Stan was still recovering from being pushed back into classification. Remember he mentioned that the castle moves. Just keep that in mind. That may be an interesting tidbit for the future, too. Now, I do have a question, Kefka, since you will remember how the rest of this plays out better than I do. How long do you think is left? Yeah, I can see how that would break the story pretty roughly. But if you already knew that it happened, then it's not that big a break. But it definitely saves a lot of time because there's a lot of dialogue that happens in there. So that would shave off at least a few minutes. Lunateer, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Yeah, no, I remember that the final dungeon, or the dungeon before that, one of the two, is really rough. If he came by, and he's as scary and... Sure, while being upside down. There's Lunar. Okay, so that dungeon is the next one. I wasn't sure. But in case you didn't catch it, because sometimes Twitch is a little weird. Ah, there we go. Fire Emblem Cypher. I don't know that one offhand. I'm glad you had a good time, though. We're trying to figure out whether I should keep going right now or not, is more or less the discussion that's happening, to bring everybody up to date. And quick plot synopsis bit. Oh, it's the card game. Okay, I knew there was a card game, but I didn't know what the name of it was. And I'd only actually recently heard there even was a Fire Emblem card game, honestly. Yeah, quick plot synopsis for everybody. Basically, we found that the princess that we've been running around with for good, like, half of the game, turns out she's just a fake puppet. So that was a whole thing. Everyone in this world is just puppets in a play, more or less, for said princess, who is the daughter of the one who created this world. And we're gonna go kick his ass here soon. That's your short and sweet plot synopsis of what's currently happening. Okay. Yeah, most of the dungeons in this game are pretty good to hit save points in. They at least give you a reasonable way back to a save point most of the time. That's why I'm trying to decide whether I should try to push to finish the game today or not. Because I would assume that dungeon's probably going to take, what, like 2-3 hours to get through? Something in that order? Possibly longer than that? It would at the very minimum be longer than any of the other dungeons, based on what I remember. And unfortunately, my memory of it is not that great because obviously I've only ever seen it run. I've never actually run this dungeon that's coming up myself. Yeah, that's fair, because you are a speedrunner, but I was wondering if you had, like, a ballpark that you would figure for somebody new to it. Okay. Yeah, so we at least have confirmation on that. That means we might actually come in ahead of the... We would actually come in ahead of the how long to beat time, theoretically. And if I push this to a... If we push this to another session, it wouldn't be that long a session. I appreciate that, Lunar. Do be sure to take care of yourself. Elfin, thank you again for bringing your community over. I do appreciate that. I tell y'all what, while the ad runs, I'm gonna get up and refill my drink and everything, and we'll see about just finishing this off. It'll be a little bit of a long one, but we can probably finish this off today. I think that's probably the best shot out of it. Really? Well, I guess there is extra content after the final bit, isn't there? Absolutely. I don't know, it's always hard making these decisions because... Okay. Yeah, if it's just filling out extra stuff like that, I probably wouldn't do that because I would like to leave that for people to go for... to give them a reason to play the game. Just purely to get to credits would be my goal here. Oh yeah, no, I anticipate that because I remember how much the person I watched play through this was talking about how much of a mess that final dungeon is. Especially if you don't know, which this, in that case, they knew, of course. And it didn't even give me the snooze button on those ads, so thanks, Twitch. I don't know. It's a tough one. I tell y'all what, those that can hear me, I'm gonna get up anyway, and we'll make the final decision when we come back from ads. As to whether we're finishing it today or not. Be right back. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now that I've come back, I suppose the only other real question is, do you think someone would have a better experience going through that final dungeon if they came at it fresh-minded, or do you think I could get through it while already kind of melted a little bit? Because if I had considering the trouble I had getting through the sewer, I'm kind of worried that that final dungeon may be a disaster. And that's why I'm like, maybe it's worth kicking to next week, but at the same time, considering I've not trained up anybody else, I'm probably going to keep Ari, Rosalind, and Kissling, which may backfire on me, considering the rate at which Kissling just gets killed. But I would have to spend time grinding anybody else up. So that's why I'm just kind of rolling with that. Because I would rather have everybody be at relatively the same level, even though you don't need to. Yeah, no, I remember that. There's a ton of urns. Like, there was already a kind of a silly amount of them in the last two dungeons, and it gets worse with this one. Good lord, 32 urns. Could I fight 32 urns in a row? Probably. Do I really want to? No, not particularly. But at one point, I'm going to have to. I tell you what. Just so we don't end up having not done much after this most recent raid, I'll meet everybody in the middle here. We won't go and do the final dungeon. We will instead go chasing off after the cipher texts. Because I never did follow up on the rest of these cipher texts. So 5 Onha, 1 Nox, 4 Sidoft, 3 Nth, 6 Loth, 2 Rit Miso, 7 E-Machines. Still have no idea what that's on about, but we did encounter 2 more members of the Cryptology Society. Question ends up being, are the portals active again? If they're not active again, trying to chase after these ciphers now would probably be a horrific idea. But let's at least take a look at that, and okay, the portals are active again, so yeah, that shouldn't be too hard to chase after then. And I believe we were told that the answer to that lies in Madrid. Whatever that town's name is. Or, well, I suppose there's an important question to ask tied to that, too, because I do not remember. Is the cipher quest completable at this point, Kefka? I would presume with where we are in the game that it would be, but I'm asking just so the time is not spent and then not able to actually follow through. You know what? Fair enough. That checks out based on what I remember hearing about this when I had watched that playthrough back before. And that also will answer my follow-up question of whether you thought it was going to be worth doing. We shall see about completing this step of it then, and then we will finish the game next time. This way I don't push too hard today. Oh, you're different. You weren't here before. Hey, how's it going? I'm the moving maniac. I moved 4 times in Madrill alone. Sure, I love this town, as I did Tannel and Rushalo. If I stay in one place for more than 6 months, I start getting really antsy. Must have moved about 26 times by now, oh yes. Why don't you just call me Moviniac from now on? Sure, why not? But the Cypher guy that I saw is not here anymore. Okay. Oh, you scared me. Don't talk to me like that. I don't even know you. Because while we were invisible, one of the guys from that society was standing over there, but I guess he moved when the event flag changed. I was curious to see if I could just bypass solving the puzzle by just... What the hell are you? What? How can you see me? That's funny. Nope, that guy's still counting. Already moved around again, so I don't know where that guy would have ended up. Which means I probably have to actually solve the puzzle. Which means figuring out what the actual cipher to this puzzle is. It's more than likely a letter replacement cipher of some kind, involving each number. The number isn't the number of letters in the word, because 1 obviously does not line up with the number of letters in Nakath, nor in any of the other ones. It conveniently lines up with the first one and then none of the rest of them. I wish I could just keep cycling through that instead of having to open the menu every time to cycle through it. Or, you know, conveniently that they would all fit on one screen. But I do remember the guy telling me that the cipher would lead to one of his colleagues in Madrill. Or at the very least that the answer to this cipher was in Madrill. The thing is, I'm reasonably confident it's not just shuffle the letters around, because that doesn't make sense. Because most of these don't make a word when you shift them around, which again brings it to being a letter replacement. Problem is, I don't really have anything to work with. At least not at a glance. Let me write this down so that I can actually see it all together. And then I might be able to pull something here. 'Cause I do enjoy solving ciphers. So usually I have a little bit more to work with than this. Like, usually I have at least, like, an intent or a hint of some kind to give me an idea where to start. And there may have even been more information for this before. Like, if you were following this along at the time. It would help if I spelled these right. So I just realized I made a typo, which could have altered the entire cipher. Okay. So one of the things that might potentially be part of this is the number pertains to what order in the sentence these are. Like, they're jumbled in order, so like Nakath is the first word. Ah, no, I've got it. I've got it, actually. That's exactly how it is. It's knock 3 times. Times on. the side of Town Hall of the Machines. There we go. Knock 3 times on the side of the Town Hall of the Machines. There you go. That's what that ad means. So that's the Town Hall of the Machines. That's either referring to Madrill Town Hall itself, or they're talking about the Hall of Machines, which would be like one of the research buildings here. That would only be one of these two. I'm not trying to talk to you, I'm trying to knock on the side of this building, but based on the fact that I can't knock on the side of either of these buildings, it presumably is the town hall itself. I was chasing that building for a second there just because we saw that guy over by that building before. There we go, I've solved the cipher. It's actually a very simple one. It's literally, the words themselves are unaltered. And the numbers literally just tell you, hey, put them into the sentence in this order. It's genuinely that easy. I was overthinking it at first because I couldn't put them all side by side with the way it was formatted in the little thing there. So let's see, this is the town hall. Hey, look, there's a suspicious slot here. Not one. Now, the thing is, I guess, yeah, just knock 3 times at all. The letter was handed out from inside the mysterious hole. Cipher text 3. Okay, so we solved one cipher. Let's see if I can solve another one. The next cipher text is BTQKXB BKHEE. Oh god, I'm gonna have to write this one down because this one looks fucking weird too. But it's formatted a specific way. So it's probably gonna matter how it's formatted, which is why I'm gonna mark it exactly how it is. And I know this may not be interesting to everybody, but I do find things like this actually kind of fascinating. It's not going to quite look right because of how my notes thing here is formatted. I would have to, like, write this down by hand, but I don't have paper right next to me right now. And I'm not going to run back and forth just for that. So it's going to be slightly weird. I don't need to add the quotes because the quotes are them quoting the cipher at me. Okay. That's all it is, though, so actually I can fit that all on screen, so I don't need to refer to my note for that one. And they gave us no additional information, so it's purely just this cipher text. Oh, and now it's formatted completely differently because of where the green text there is, so it's probably not important how it's formatted. Well, if this is letter replacement, then B is D, T is V, S is Q. I mean, Q is S, rather. K is M, X is Z, B is D, as we saw before. Yeah, that is letter replacement, then. This is telling you what letters to replace with what. But neither of these make a word. So this is the cipher key to be applied to something else. But where is the thing I'm supposed to apply that to? And the easy answer is let's go talk to the creepy guy that gave us the quest in the first place. Perhaps he has another thing for us. Like maybe that's what the cipher key is meant to be used on. There's the portal. If there's nobody over there, there's still the guy up on the hill by the circus tents that we found while we were invisible, who may or may not be there as well. I'm going to this guy first because we know he's been there basically every time. What, you decoded the ciphertext? Gee, you are a good young man. You have much promise. Tackle the following cipher. Good luck. Is he telling me to convert good luck? No, we don't have all the letters for good luck in our converter, so I don't think that's what he's doing. So where's the rest of the information I need for this? Because I feel like I'm missing part of the puzzle here. Like, it's rather dirty pool to make somebody complete an incomplete puzzle. Unless this is a type of cipher that I'm not familiar with. Which is entirely possible. I don't know every cipher that there is out there. I'm gonna go have a look to see if I can find that guy that I remember seeing. I'll actually be able to see if he's there rather easily. He is not up there, because he was up at the top of that curved bit there before. Yeah, you go ahead and sleep on the job, Ari. It's fine. Now, I will say, there may be a world in which it's worth my while to grind a bit anyway. Specifically grind money, so that I can get everybody's gear caught up. Because remember, we didn't buy gear at Trist for anybody other than Ari. Ari's gear is everything that you could buy in Trist. Whereas everybody else's is whatever we had before they left us. So I may do that off camera for sake of everybody's sanity. Because I can just, like, speed that up and everything. Just to make sure, maybe in case the guy didn't render in, or he was, like, out of sight up here. No, he ain't here. Okay. Well, there went that idea. Which leads me to believe that I must actually have something to solve within the text itself. If B is D and T is V, Q is S and M and K is M and X is Z. Like, I feel like I'm right on the cusp of understanding what this wants. Because one would have to assume, since there's no spaces in this, that this is a word. That this is a singular word. Assuming this isn't, like I said, a letter key. Which, if this was a letter key, why would they be repeating letters in it? But what word has two repeating letters at the end of it? And I can't think of that many words that are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 letters long. But is it 2 words is another question. But one would have to assume, based on the fact we don't have anything else to work with with here that this would be a location. If this is just like 2 words or something, it would have to then be a location for us to go talk to somebody who would then give us, well, talk to somebody or interact with something who would then give us the next ciphertext. So we can kind of break it down a little bit just by using logic instead of having to necessarily interact with the cipher itself. But the fact that both of these are the same number of letters makes me think that it is meant to be one thing, and it is informing you as to what you're looking for by virtue of the changes. Wait, they're all moved over by 2. Who aren't they? Is B, C, D, T, U, V, Q, R, S, X, Y, Z. Yeah, they're all 2 letters off of where they started. So what does that mean? What does that do for me? Does that imply... If this is telling me what the cipher is, what am I supposed to be using said cipher to unravel to get an answer? Unless I'm supposed to just take the next 2 letters of the second word. Does that make anything? A, B, C, D, E, F. It starts with F. Starts with F. And ends with 2 repeating letters. I'm doing that just before I sit here and try to go through every single letter that's in here, see if I can cut ahead of the game, basically. That V already throws me off a little bit to begin with. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, V? That doesn't make sense. Because if it's just displacing the second word by 2, I don't think that that lines up. Yeah, because it would be second letter's X. And that doesn't make sense. Because it would be F, X... FXU O. What? In case you're wondering, yes, I did double check the alphabet to make sure I'm not losing my damn mind and misplacing a letter at the end of the alphabet. Because what it was lining up with didn't make sense. Which usually means something about the way I'm reading the cipher would be incorrect. I would assume that that's meant to be like a case of the cipher is equivalent. Unless the amount of spaces matters? Like the amount of spaces tells you how many to move over? But that doesn't make sense either. the fact that the letters match when they repeat implies that I do have the right idea of how the letters are being replaced. I just don't understand what it's trying to tell me. Like, let me just go ahead and finish writing out the rest of what this word is in case it does actually end up meaning something, like there's a letter to take out or something. Because it's F-U... If it's FXU... Oh... Yeah, but the thing is, replacing Z with something doesn't make sense unless it wraps back around. Unless you're meant to remove that. Like, either you would remove the Z because it loops to nothing, or it loops back to B. And then D becomes F again. Yeah, because even if I spell this backwards, it doesn't make sense. So I'm doing something wrong here. There's absolutely something wrong with how I'm translating this cipher. I just don't know what. And I know it's not exciting seeing me stand here with nothing happening and just this text on screen. But I was trying to wrangle with this cipher. But they may have me here, honestly, because I can't think of what they're trying to get at. There has to be something more than just a two-letter shift here. Unless I'm shifting the wrong letters. But that wouldn't make sense either. And I assume nobody out there has any brilliant ideas for this either. Because I am open to suggestions as to where I've gone wrong here with this one. Something I've overlooked or something. So otherwise I may just accept that I'm cooked on this one and I have no answers. Like, I feel like my logic is sound, just the answer's not there. And there's something I'm missing. But the problem with that ends up being, I don't really know where I would go to find that answer either. Because the original cipher guy just tells me good luck. Which again, I could try changing good luck into something else. But I don't think that would work either. Because there's letters missing. Unless, again, it's just meant to teach you that there's a two-letter replacement, in which case you would just move the words good and luck over by 2. But that doesn't make sense either. And I feel like I'm just kind of trending into the conspiracy theory territory at that point. Yeah, no. Good luck doesn't convert into anything useful either. That just converts into a mess. Yeah, I got nothing. So there's probably just a specific NPC I have to go hunt down or something to put the rest of the pieces together for that. So, as much as I said we were going to do this, let me take a quick peek to see if I'm on the right track with what I was thinking. You know... I was on the right track. I took a peek at what the answer was, and I'm kind of mad about it. I'll explain, just so you all get closure on that, at the very least. The answer was right there in front of me the entire time, and I should have figured it out. It was the letters in between. And the thing of it is, I think it may mean that I can't complete this right at this exact moment. God damn it, game. Of course it's gonna interrupt my moment by having useless monsters attack me. But yeah, if you haven't figured it out, which is actually very simple, to just pick out all the letters in between those two gibberish words in the cipher. The cipher spells Curly Cliff, according to what I just saw. And the only Curly Cliff is where we went already, up by the circus. But there was no one there. And we went there quite literally with this cipher in hand. So either there's something else I'm supposed to do, or I'm at the wrong sequence of events for me to be able to do this right now, which renders the point moot. So we're gonna take another look up there at that Curly Cliff, and then we're probably gonna wrap up. Because if I can't turn this in, then we can't continue the cipher quest. Which makes me wonder if I was supposed to have done it while we were invisible. Which would make a degree of sense because you wouldn't be attacked during it, but also the people looking for the ciphers wouldn't be able to receive the ciphers from you anyway. So it's a little bit of a weird scenario here. Do you have anything useful to say? No, you have nothing useful to add here. Making sure he's not, like, down below or anything. But maybe I just interact up here. Oh, yeah. Okay. I was supposed to just walk all the way up here. So I would have been right without having figured out the cipher to begin with. Freeze. Don't move. Don't turn around. I'm from the World Crypto Organization. So you made it this far. Well, well, you must be a cipher extraordinaire. The next cipher text is X Station O. Goodbye. So X Station O, huh? Oh, no station yes. The fuck does that mean? Okay, that one I got nothing for to begin with, so it's good that we're stopping at this point, apparently. Wait. No, actually I have a stupid answer. Hang on, I need to test my stupid answer. It may be sublimely simple. Like, so simple that you'll actually be upset about the answer. Is what if, rather than it being a particularly advanced cipher or anything, it's just directions? What if it's just telling you to go to the right-hand side of the station? Is remember, the cipher guy I was talking about that I saw on the right-hand side of that area before. It's incredibly stupid, but I have to know. I have to know. I'm too curious. My apologies if I'm dragging you all along on this endeavor and you're not into it, but I need to know. Though I will say, it is kind of unfortunate that we had the information that that guy was up on the cliff, but he wasn't there when we went there. So we ended up barking up the wrong tree entirely just because of that. Because I didn't even think about the space in between because that word wouldn't have made sense. But I swear if it's as simple as just go to the right-hand side of the station, I'm going to laugh. On the bright side, we'll be close to a save point here as well, so that'll be a perfect ending point. So let's see, the station is over here. Aha! I was right. Oh, you obtained the ciphertext. That's wonderful. Like they say, help the righteous ones. I offer you this. I can't believe it was that simple. The next ciphertext is tree that eyes of a cold friendship see. Good luck. Huh. Eyes gazed upon by a cold friendship. That's more of a riddle than a cipher, but I suppose they're kind of the same in some ways. Oh! I know what it is, I think, actually. There were snowmen that we saw in the ice area, and I believe there was a pair of them together, and there was a tree near there. Don't ask me why this is something I remember. I just remember remarking on the snowman. I don't actually for a fact remember there being a pair of them, but I'm extrapolating. It may actually be faster to get there from the entrance instead of from the town, but we'll run from the town. I can't believe that I just keep getting a new thread to chase on this damn wild goose chase here. Like, cold friendship would make the most sense to be a pair of snowmen, and there's a lot of trees just scattered around the landscape here. But I remember the only snowman I remember seeing is back toward the beginning of this place. So it's gonna take us a minute, unless it's these guys. God damn it. Of course, these stupid ghosts are gonna get in the way of my scavenger hunt here. Get a load of that guy in the middle. He's different. I don't think we've seen him before. Oh, we picked up Friendly Thunder at some point. Attribute neutral attack level 1. Interesting. I mean, it's an all-enemy attack, so sure, give it a shot. Oh, Stan helps with that. That's why. Okay. So we got a cool head snowman, the half-cocked yeti that we've seen before, the clingy crab, and the wizard ghost. You still don't have anything new either. Kind of worried about that snowman. He seems concerning. Okay, they don't seem to... At least the magic attack there didn't do a ton of damage, so we might be okay. I'm just gonna keep risking doing more and more Friendly Thunder. And then just have somebody heal Ari. I feel like bursting might be the better idea here than using that move. But I suppose it is a one-turn move instead of technically bursting being a two-turn move. Oh, but I queued up two of them. Interesting. I wondered why one of them didn't happen. I guess technically it happens on Stan's turn, which is weird. Yeah, because I already got another turn while this one was still happening. Interesting. That's actually really useful then. There's tricks I can do with that. Just gotta be careful because it does take a chunk of Ari's health to use that. Okay, so it's not this tree. What about this tree? It might even just be the igloo. Oh wait, no, the snowmen are all facing this way. Fucking ghosts. Aha! I can see my own breath. This place is ruled by sub-zero climates. I'm surrounded here by a field of snow. Please excuse me for not showing myself. Welcome to the far-off world of snow. I'm surprised that you found this place. Help for the righteous. Let me give this to you. I hope this will be useful for you. The letter is handed from the tree. Set for text 6. The next code is it yesterday or tomorrow? Or good luck to the righteous. Is it yesterday? Is it tomorrow? Or wouldn't that make it today? What does that mean, though? Yesterday, tomorrow, or... Was there somewhere that said today? Because I don't remember seeing anywhere that specifically said today. But there would have to be something like that. Let's see if Burst does more than Thunder did. Those snowmen, though, were really concerning with their giant grids and their grins and removable heads. I don't appreciate the snowmen. Now, Burst definitely does more. It's a little slower in some ways, but it definitely does more for the same, actually less amount of health, I think. Then again, there might be a world in which I overdrive and then friendly thunder. That might be worth doing. I don't know. That's something to think about for the future. And I suppose this does accomplish some of the grinding I'd intended to do by fighting these guys while we run around and solve puzzles. But I'll be honest, I would have figured the Cypher quest would have been done by now. I wonder how many Cyphers there are. As it stands, though, I don't remember anything that matches up with this. So the only thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a quick look in Trist, because these seem to be going further and further along into the game as well. So the logical destination for this puzzle would be somewhere in Trist. Actually no, because going into Trist I think would trigger an event. So no, we'll stop here. We'll stop here, and if we solve the rest of the cipher, great. If we don't, that's fine. But this way I get us rated off and out of here before y'all have to sit through another ad. Because the next ad is coming up in 11 minutes. And it doesn't seem fair to make y'all sit through an extra ad just to be sent off. So just give me a minute here to figure out where we're going, and then we'll be off. And of course, I can't really talk in detail about schedule coming up, considering, you know, I don't know what we're playing yet either. Because tomorrow will obviously be as many Next Fest demos as I can get to. I do have a short list that I put together. I just need to make sure that the demos for those actually did end up being put into the Next Fest pool. Because I obviously just looked around and saw what demos were floating around, or what things were announced to have a demo coming up in Next Fest. But I don't know if all of them actually got pushed out yet. It's a couple times I've had them not actually get their demos out in time, so I don't want to promise things that don't end up happening. Thursday, of course, like I mentioned, we'll be doing a bunch of multiplayer demos that may be starting earlier than the usual Thursday. There's been some back and forth between me and Char about when that's all happening. I have not talked to everybody involved with that, because Char's doing most of the setup for this one. And then Friday, of course, we will carry on with whatever I have left of the demos from tomorrow. And then Saturday, I should finish off the demos. If I run out of demos or run out of the energy to keep doing them, we may do like another session of Dragon is Dead or something instead on Saturday. But those are the things you can expect coming up, and obviously the following Monday we will finish this game. And I will make sure to have a backup game ready to go in case finishing this game does not take the remaining enough time that day. And of course, I just run through the damn schedule so quickly that I don't end up finishing my thoughts and picking a raid target in time. You know, that would be a fun one to go to, but they are about to go into a boss fight, and I don't know if I want to throw them off. It might be fun. Have I raided them recently? Let me double check. Not in the last 30 days, so you know what? You know what, we'll do it anyway. It may cause them to have a whole thing happen, but we're doing it anyway. Because sometimes sabotaging your friends is fun. We'll go see Iris, who's chewing through the Lies of P DLC, which I did not realize it was out. I knew it was coming, but I did not realize it was out quite yet. But I do remember seeing on her schedule that she was planning on going through it basically this entire week, so it makes sense. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Sorry for the tirade during the sewer area, and hopefully you enjoyed the little Cypher side adventure, where I got through more ciphers than I expected to. Since most of them were actually way simpler than I expected. As mentioned, we'll be back tomorrow. So be good to Iris, she's good people, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody. This'll be a fun one to appear in the middle of.